truth. Because in the end, the Constitution is only as strong as those who defend it. I thank you once again and wish you fruitful, fearless, and focused deliberations for God and my country.
My name is Rnblive. I am a photojournalist and we are celebrating 12 years. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues and distinguished guests, it is with immense pride to the extraordinary work of Mr. Rnblive, our exhibitor in residence for the next 3 weeks, remains unshaken. My spirit is with you as we unveil through the lens of truth an exhibition that is both a personal milestone and a powerful testament to our shared mission.
To have all of us together in the same room to be able to exchange ideas and celebrate World Press Freedom, I think is a very honorable and wonderful thing. So I'd like to thank the Uganda Law Society for convening this. I'd like to say kudos to my fellow panelists and to everyone in the room.
Abu is a very hardworking fellow. We want to tell the young people out there that there are people that you need to look up to. Abu is one of those, and marked over time, who is very receptive to the new people who join the company.
I want to salute Mr. Rnblive for his recognition today, and I honor all media practitioners who continue to report with courage, responsibility, and truth. Protecting rights is not the duty of one institution, it is the duty of every citizen. Many are quick to ask, what is government doing? What is the commission doing? But I ask you instead, what is in your hand? Use it. Use your camera, use your pen, use your voice in court, use your reach on social media, use your platform as a lawyer, use your space as a journalist. Stand up for the truth. Because in the end, the Constitution is only as strong as those who defend it. I thank you once again and wish you fruitful, fearless, and focused deliberations for God and my country.
My name is Rnblive. I am a photojournalist and we are celebrating 12 years. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues and distinguished.
One of those, and marked over time, who is very receptive to the new people who join the company.
I want to salute Mr. Abubakar Loa for his recognition today, and I honor all media practitioners who continue to report with courage, responsibility, and truth. Protecting rights is not the duty of one institution, it is the duty of every citizen. Many are quick to ask, what is government doing? What is the commission doing? But I ask you instead, what is in your hand? Use it. Use your camera, use your pen, use your voice in court, use your reach on social media, use your platform as a lawyer, use your space as a journalist. Stand up for the truth. Because in the end, the Constitution is only as strong as those who defend it. I thank you once again and wish you fruitful, fearless, and focused deliberations for God and my country.
My name is Abubakar Loa. I am a photojournalist and we are celebrating 12 years.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues and distinguished guests, it is with immense pride to the extraordinary work of Mr. Abubakar Loa, our exhibitor in residence for the next 3 weeks, remains unchecked.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
My spirit is with you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We thank you for joining us today for this 23rd Rnblive engagement. We are slightly delayed by a few technical glitches. We're having some IT issues being handled. We kindly request you to give us a minimum of 5 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes, so that we can start. Kindly. Thank you so much.
A very hardworking fellow. We want to tell the young people out there that there are people that you need to look up to. Abu is one of those, and marked over time, who is very receptive to the new people who join the company.
I want to salute Mr. Abubakar Loa for his recognition today, and I honor all media practitioners who continue to report with courage, responsibility, and truth. Protecting rights is not the duty of one institution, it is the duty of every citizen. Many are quick to ask, what is government doing? What is the commission doing? But I ask you instead, what is in your hand? Use it. Use your camera, use your pen, use your voice in court, use your reach on social media, use your platform as a lawyer, use your space as a journalist. Stand up for the truth. Because in the end, the Constitution is only as strong as those who defend it. I thank you once again and wish you fruitful, fearless, and focused deliberations for God and my country.
My name is Abubakar Ruboa. I am a photojournalist and we are celebrating 12 years.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues and distinguished guests, it is with immense pride to the extraordinary work of Mr. Abubakar Ruboa, our exhibitor in residence for the next 3 weeks, remains unshaken. My spirit is with you as we unveil through the lens of truth an exhibition that is both a personal milestone and a powerful testament to our shared mission.
To have all of us together in the same room to be able to exchange ideas and celebrate world press freedom, I think is a very honorable and wonderful thing. So I'd like to thank the Uganda Law Society for convening this. I'd like to say kudos to my fellow panelists and to everyone in the room.
Abu is a very hardworking fellow. We want to tell the young people out there that there are people that you need to look up to. Abu is one of those and have marked over time who is very receptive to the new people who join the company.
I want to salute Mr. Abubakar Ruboa for his recognition today. And I honor all media practitioners who continue to report with courage, responsibility, and truth. Protecting rights is not the duty of one institution, it is the duty of every citizen. Many are quick to ask, what is government doing? What is the commission doing? But I ask you instead, what is in your hand? Use it. Use your camera, use your pen, use your voice in court, use your reach on social media, use your platform as a lawyer, use your space as a journalist. Stand up for the truth. Because in the end, the Constitution is only as strong as those who defend it. I thank you once again and wish you fruitful, fearless, and focused deliberations for God and my country.
My name is Abubakar Ruboa. I am a photojournalist and we are celebrating 12 years.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues and distinguished guests, it is with immense pride to the extraordinary work of Mr. Abubakar Ruboa, our exhibitor in residence for the next 3 weeks, remains unshaken. My spirit is with you as we unveil through the lens of truth an exhibition that is both a personal milestone and a powerful testament to our shared mission.
To have all of us together in the same room to be able to exchange ideas and celebrate world press freedom, I think is a very honorable and wonderful thing. So I'd like to thank the Uganda Law Society for convening this. I'd like to say kudos to my fellow panelists and to everyone in the room.
Abu is a very hardworking fellow. We want to tell the young people out there that there are people that you need to look up to. Abu is one of those and have marked over time who is very receptive to the new people who join the company.
I want to salute Mr. Abubakar Lubowa for his recognition today, and I honor all media practitioners who continue to report with courage, responsibility, and truth. Protecting rights is not the duty of one institution, it is the duty of every citizen. Many are quick to ask, what is government doing? What is the commission doing? But I ask you instead, what is in your hand? Use it. Use your camera, use your pen, use your voice in court, use your reach on social media, use your platform as a lawyer, use your space as a journalist. Stand up for the truth.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am by the name of Robert Jurua, the Department of the Rule of Law and Litigation, Uganda Law Society. We would like to categorically welcome you all to this 23rd RNB Press and Public Engagement. As it is every Thursday, we would like to thank you all, those that are in the house at the ULS Secretariat, and also the very many followers who are on the different social media spaces. At this juncture, I would like to welcome the head of department, Ms. Afra Apio, who is going to begin the session with the opening remarks and give us the way forward of how proceedings are going to be undertaken. Thank you very much.
Honorable guests this morning, Your Worship, Maled Obizu, Magistrate Grade 1 Judiciary Training Institute, Mr. Samuel Mukisa, the Acting Registrar, Legal Education, Public Affairs, and Research at the Judicial Service Commission, Mrs. Businje Sylvia Mbabazi, Director, Women and Children in Domestic Violence, Florida, USA, and Founding Director of Legal League Uganda, Mr. Lule Alexander, Leader of the Greater MASAKA Bar, Presidents of the Rule of Law Clubs, Head Teacher of Good Times Infant School, Kawala, Council members present, both physically and online, esteemed members of the Uganda Law Society, and fellow advocates for children's rights. Good morning once again. My name is Afra. I'm the head rule of law, Uganda Law Society. Bring you warm greetings from the CEO, Ms. Christina Worry, who is unable to join us this morning. I am going to read her remarks verbatim. On behalf of the Radical New Bar President, Mr. Isaac Semakadde, Senior Counsel, I warmly welcome you to the 23rd weekly session of the RNB series, a brainchild of our dynamic NRNB president. These RNB sessions have become vital forums for reflection, accountability, and bold engagement. Each week, we put ourselves on the weighing scale before the entire spectrum of our worldwide membership, the press, and the public. It is in this space that we deliberate, evaluate, and reset our compass, a platform for honest conversations on how to get back on track in the defense of justice and the rule of law. We encourage our members, the press, and the public to engage with us unreservedly. Grab the opportunity to be a distinguished guest speaker. Observe or report to the RNB. Every Thursday at 11 a.m., either physically or digitally, entrance is free. Don't wait to be invited to the high table or the limited seats in the audience. Women especially, don't wait to be called to the ULS house. President Semakadde does not like it. Be sassy. Be impatient. Push yourselves or your friends to come and showcase their public speaking or problem-solving skills. You can literally invite yourself to this podium. It is for all people who wish to emulate President Semakade in saying, enough is enough. I'm ready to bang the table regardless. Come to the ULS house at any day of the week and speak in private to our RNB President, Isaac Semakade Senior Counsel, or our most perpendicular VP, Mr. Asimwe Anthony, or our prudent treasurer, or any of our RNB Council and Secretariat heroes. You can also go to our website, or Facebook, or X, and send in your letters, petitions, proposals, draft MOUs, etc. Under the RNB leadership, we read everything. We despise nothing and no one. I am grateful to our RNB Council and the Secretariat staff who have worked tirelessly as a team to make each RNB engagement a success. Today, we reflect on two important and timely themes. One, commemorating the Day of the African Child with a keynote on how can sentencing practices be reimagined to prioritize teen courts, scrap criminal records, and help juveniles reintegrate. This will be discussed by Mrs. Sylvia Businje Mbabazi, Director, Women and Children in Domestic Violence, based in Florida, USA, and also the founding director of Legal League, Uganda. Our second topic today will be Gwanga Bujje, Judiciary Sibizimbe, a petition from Greater Masaka Region advocates addressing the judicial staffing crisis and case backlog, presented by Mr. Lule Alexander, leader of the Greater Masaka Bar. In a very special way, I would like to thank Mr. Adam Nowamanya, our head of communications at the Uganda Law Society. His dedication and resilience in ensuring that Rnblive happens every week has been outstanding. I now invite Ms. Ruth Julie Angom, Program Officer from the Professional Development and Members Affairs Department, to deliver a citation. Ms. Ruth.
Good morning, everyone. I'll stand on the protocol that has been set by Ms. Afra Pio as I deliver this citation. Citation for the Radical New Torchbearer Award presented to Adam Nuwamanya. Kampala, Uganda, 19th June 2025. On this momentous occasion of the 23rd episode of the first season of Rnblive series, the Radical New Bar Governing Council, led by President Isaac Semakade, Senior Counsel, takes great pleasure in citing our exceptional head of communications, Adam Nuwamanya, for his outstanding dedication, expertise, and warmth in his pivotal role as the inaugural RNB publicist. Adam's transformative work over the past 3 quarters has been instrumental in rebranding the ULS from its former frame to the bold and exciting Kololo Hill Castle, now the coveted RNB headquarters. His sacrifice and loyalty have propelled ULS back onto the radar as a prominent voice of legal acuity in Uganda's digital landscape, particularly on X, formerly Twitter. His ability to craft compelling content and engage with followers has garnered significant attention and admiration for the organization. Beyond his professional accomplishments, Adam is recognized for his warmth and approachable demeanor, making him a joy to interact with. His dedication to family, particularly his twin children, reflects his character as a devoted father. It is fitting for the RNB to honor Adam Nwamanya on the Day of the African Child, acknowledging the many times his devotion to ULS has intersected with his fatherhood obligations. Reasons for citation: exceptional professionalism. Adam consistently demonstrates a high level of professionalism, showcasing his expertise and commitment to ULS's mission. As the node through which all departments present their accountability to the members, public and press, Adam has cheerfully showcased his expertise despite prevailing circumstances. His ability to remain composed and focused under pressure has been a testament to his exceptional professionalism. Engaging content creation. Undaunted by the acute staffing and resource constraints of the ULS Communications Department, Adam has unreservedly dedicated himself to the development of innovative and engaging content that resonates with diverse audiences. He has trained all ULS personnel in digital storytelling, further enhancing ULS's online presence. His creativity and resourcefulness have been instrumental in capturing the essence of ULS's mission and values, inspiring a sense of purpose and belonging among members. Positive representation. Even his most ruthless critics, the opponents of his maverick style, agree that Adam's warmth and approachability have positively represented the ULS brand, fostering a sense of community and goodwill across this organization that brings under one umbrella all the country's fiercest litigators and other legal professionals. His ability to build bridges and facilitate dialogue has been a valuable asset to ULS, promoting a culture of collaboration and mutual respect. Cultural impact. Adam's ability to rapidly craft well-informed and nuanced content that resonates with ULS's multifaceted audience is a testament to the habit of reading widely. In meetings with staff and partners, he frequently provides valuable insights that have enriched ULS's policy positions and advocacy efforts. His vigorous championing of the 21st Rnblive Memorial for Ngugi wa Thiong'o, working closely with the Makerere School of Literature, demonstrates his commitment to promoting cultural exchange and intellectual discourse. The offices of the ULS President and CEO jointly commend Mr. Adam Nwamanya for selflessly supporting all the strategic planning and decision-making processes since he joined the organization, ensuring that ULS remains at the forefront of legal and social issues. Signed, Isaac K. Semakade, Senior Counsel, President, Uganda Law Society. Thank you.
We apologize for that. Allow me to invite Mr. Samuel Mugisa, who will be our first speaker this morning.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for inviting us. My name is Samuel Mugisa. I work as the acting registrar, responsible for legal education, public affairs, and research at the Judicial Service Commission. I'm here to represent the Permanent Secretary, Judicial Service Commission, Dr. Rose Nasali Lukwago, who was invited to participate in this briefing. I bring you greetings from the Judicial Service Commission. I would have assumed that the audience here know what Judicial Service Commission is, but let me use this platform to inform those that might not know, so that our comments can be put in the proper context. Judicial Service Commission is the constitutional body created under Article 146 of the Constitution. I will not go into how it is composed, but among its composition are members representing or nominated by the Uganda Law Society, who are supposed to be 2 of them, advocates of at least 15 years standing. So Uganda Law Society is a big stakeholder in the Judicial Service Commission. I want to go to the functions briefly before we can make comments in line with our theme for today. The functions of the Judicial Service Commission can broadly be summarized under 5 categories. 1 relates to appointments, and you can refer to Article 147 of the Constitution, 148 and Article 148A. I hope I'm not being technical. For our audience that are not lawyers, this relates to appointments of judges, magistrates, registrars, and other staff of that work with the judiciary. Also related to appointments, there are other statutory or acts of parliament that give Judicial Service Commission a mandate to advise on appointments of certain persons who work with the industrial court and the different tribunals. The other category relates to advisory. The Commission about law and administration of justice generally. And the other responsibility relates to receiving people's complaints or proposals and processing them. I heard in the address of the President that you can make proposals here. Yes, you can. But also, if you want those proposals to be acted on by the government, then you can forward them through the Judicial Service Commission. The other function relates to review. The Commission reviews terms and conditions of service for judicial officers and administrative and other staff of the judiciary. I want to end with this one, which I believe we are doing right now, is about education. It prepares programs for the education of judicial officers and the public about law and administration of justice. So we want to thank you for this platform to inform the participants here and the viewers about the Judicial Service Commission. Where can you find it? Our main office is located at Kingdom, Kampala, 8th floor. We also have a branch office in Mbarara at the district. We have one in MASAKA at the Office of Probation, and we also have an office in Moroto at Jelo's house opposite the Boma grounds. How can you contact the Judicial Service Commission? You can contact us using our toll-free line. The number is 0800-100-221. Or you can reach the Judicial Service Commission through email. The email is info@jsc.go.ug. You can also visit the website of Judicial Service Commission for more information. That is www.jsc.go.ug. So relating to the theme for today, as you can see, the general theme requires an assessment of how we have dealt with the issue of the rights of children. 2010, that's a long time, but we didn't have an opportunity to prepare the statistics because the invitation came in late. But we will tell you that through the functions that I've talked about, a lot of work we do goes to contribute towards the improvement of the situation for children. I want to start with a general one, that is in terms of education. We have several activities that contribute to the improvement of rights of children, starting with awareness. Because a lot of breaches or violations are as a result of not knowing what rights are or what rights ought to be protected. So in that regard, one of the activities the Commission does is to prepare information and education materials. And one of our flagship publication is the Citizen's Handbook. If you visit, or if you read that book, which is online, you will see that chapter 4 is dedicated to the rights of the child and family. But we also have, because we know sometimes you can have a big publication and you miss a particular aspect. So we also extract information and put it in small publications we call brochures, and One of them is dedicated indeed to the children's rights, and we distribute that whenever we engage with the public. The other activity we do are radio talk shows. This time round, I had one on 9th at Heritage in Nakapiripiriti, and I was talking exactly about children's rights. And that is even before we knew that you had made this arrangement. But it is one of the themes of our sensitization throughout the year, that we engage with the public, and among the common ones that touch us is the rights of children. I was also in Moroto yesterday at Akicha Radio, and I was talking about children's rights. Of course, even as I was coming here this morning, just at the lights there, I was faced with children on the street. Children of about 5, 6, 7 years who ought to be at school at a time like this. They are just in front of your office here. So you'll ask yourself, what are we doing? Like, you don't have to go very far to see the challenge or the problem that confronts us. We have the laws, we have institutions, we have policies, but this problem is staring us in the face. When you travel up country, you'll see children who are supposed to be at school on the roadside, either herding cows, working in farms, and you wonder what the future of those children is going to be. The other activity we carry out, we have a specific activity, it's dedicated to schools. School sensitization, that's where we have our audience, young people. We first targeted secondary schools because those are people who are growing quickly into adulthood, and many of them now have reached the age of criminal responsibility. I don't know about you, but I can tell you about my experience growing up. I never heard about a juvenile court. I never heard about a crime that even a person can be arrested until I joined the law school. How did I survive? I just happened to be in school. I was in a boarding school, and I was complying with the school rules. I don't know what I would have been if I was outside the school system. And indeed, if you visit prisons, you'll find young people. And many of them, you will realize that they have not gone through school. Why? Because we have to use the services of an interpreter. They cannot understand English. So that touched me, that maybe we need to find a way of finding people outside even the institutional framework, outside the education institutions, to be able to advise them, sensitize them before it is too late. So I want to thank you and welcome our visitors who have joined us here. You are very important. This day is yours. I didn't know even about the day of the African Day of the Child. Until now, if you what, then you say, because we don't even celebrate it. we are going to do, we thank you, the Uganda Law Society, for organizing this. We are going to try our best to make sure we sensitize these children early enough. Of course, the emphasis from inception was on education. Education is the key that can transform societies, can transform a person, that can give an opportunity to a person who has less opportunities in the present, if only he can be educated. I'm saying all that to show you that while I may not be able to give you the statistics or the quantify how much we have injected in these activities because of time over the period of 15 years now, 14, 15 years now, we have progressively been investing in that area by virtue of our mandate. So one of the things, of course, we talk about to the children, and which I would want to use this opportunity to communicate to the public, is the issue of drugs. Drugs is the biggest challenge we are experiencing now. I want even to believe that it is more in education institutions than in the general. But I haven't done research about that. So when we interact with these children, we tell them about the dangers of using drugs. They are dangerous to their health. They can disrupt their thinking, their working, and can drive them into situations that can bring them in conflict with the law. The other activity we engage with are local council courts. I'm happy one of the presenters here will be talking about juvenile justice. But you know that those courts have a mandate to deliver on justice for children. Are they doing it? Do they know how to do it? So we try to sensitize them that you have a responsibility here. The children need not be in that formal criminal justice system. It can be handled at that level. But also, being vulnerable as children, one is they don't know what the law is or what they ought to do in many situations. And they are young and weak. So we have a system under the local council where you have a secretary for children to handle affairs of children right from home. So you'll find some of the factors that affect our children is instability in their homes. So what does a child do? Or what can you do for the child? That is the authority at the local council level to intervene. They know the parents, they know the children, and they know possibly the causes of that instability, and so they can go in and mediate and help those children. Many children, we have many orphaned children, and many of them, by the time they gain the age of majority and begin to understand, the estate of their parents has been wasted and they have nothing to do. So the local councils have that responsibility of trying to help the children to inherit the properties they're entitled to. They don't work they'll not grant you, but they can guide you, they can refer you, and they can lead you to the right place where you can get help. I have already said, when you visit prisons, you find many young people, and many of them, the problems that led them to that started way when they were younger, for lack of guidance. Of course, I see some of the proposals is not to keep a record, but no, that's a different matter. But you'll find that they have had a history. They have had a history of being in conflict with the law, and by the time they are adults, the offenses are graver. And then I said we also do research, and this financial year we realize that one of the vulnerable groups of children are those incarcerated with their mothers in prison, and we are doing a research on that. Once it's completed, we'll be glad to share with you the findings, but the whole idea is, the problem is that there is not adequate legal framework to protect such children at such a vulnerable age, to help them as the Constitution dictates. If you look at Article 34 of the Constitution, Clause 7 requires that special protection is afforded to vulnerable children. So how are those children protected? And that is the question our research will seek to answer. Appointments. How does the Commission contribute to the rights of children? We know we have a Children and Family Court, and that one is run by judicial officers, assisted by administrative and other staff of the judiciary, all of whom are appointed by the Judicial Service Commission. So, in terms, and we have very many nowadays, thanks to the judiciary for trying to take these services closer to the people by increasing the magistrates' courts. So the Family and Children's Court is almost in every district. You don't have to go very far to help children if you need a court order, and the Commission makes a contribution in that regard. So in a nutshell, that is how the Commission has contributed to the protection of the rights of the children by increasing awareness, by advocating for them in form of advice, by appointing the human resource that runs the courts, by engaging with them and talking to them about their rights. You didn't give me a time limit, but I will control myself knowing that there are other speakers. So I thank you very much for inviting us and for the work you are doing. I'm particularly happy to see the children in the house. Welcome, Senior Counsel. I'm happy to see you. So allow me to end here. Any questions? Any questions about what I have said? I will not stay throughout the time because of other commitments. So if you have a question for me, you are free to ask now. They are not there. Not yet. Okay, I will yield the floor. Thank you very much. Yeah? Okay. Please ask.
Yes, thank you, sir, for your wonderful submission, and we thank you so much. Now, as the Judicial Service Commission, we have just a simple query or question that I would like to ask you. You see, of late, they are complaining about the quality of the lawyers and the advocates in the market. And the advocates are complaining about the quality of the judicial officers in the market. So my question to you is, how can the Judicial Service Commission, working together with the Judicial Training Institute and maybe the law schools and LDC, come up with a platform that can address these issues? Because the judicial officers that you talk about come from the Uganda Law Society and members therein. So if everyone is complaining about the competence of each other, it means there's an issue somewhere. So what advice can you give us to maybe handle that issue so that uniformly throughout we can have a uniform bar-bench relationship as well as with the Judicial Service Commission to serve the ultimate beneficiary, who are, as you said, our young children who shall be the beneficiaries of this justice either today or in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question. I think you've already answered it. Because if you say you are not happy with our standard, professional standard, then it is us to do some work on ourselves. But for us, we condemn incompetence, we condemn misconduct, and actually that is one of the grounds on which a judicial officer can be removed from office. So, complain, and that is the mandate of the Judicial Service Commission with evidence. Bring it and show, you see, you brought this judicial officer here. He has not done his work, and the good thing, they were even given targets. Or you bring a judgment and say, look at the quality of this judgment. Is this the person we want? The commission will investigate it, and if indeed they find that he's incompetent, he'll be removed from office. But it is our responsibility, all of us, to work towards improving ourselves, even in the careers that we are in. Because the world is changing very quickly. Don't be very comfortable with what you learned at the law school. You have to keep learning and improving yourself. But otherwise, the commission picks some of the best qualified lawyers to be appointed as judges. So let's not go with what everybody is saying. You need to bring real evidence and say, do you see this judge really, or this magistrate really? There an action will be taken. Otherwise, sometimes we chorus what is even not correct. For example, I cannot say that I'm an incompetent lawyer. So tell us who is that you are saying is incompetent. Then the commission will act on that. Thank you. Any other? Yes.
Thank you for that elaborate presentation. Oftentimes we tend to criticize like organs and institutions, but I'd like to join you in acknowledging one of the most important contributions that the judiciary did in respect to children. This was in the case of Moses Okello versus Uganda. This kid was convicted with other adults, and on passing sentence, he was actually sentenced to death. But eventually, on the Supreme Court realizing that there was an error, they took it upon themselves, actually, to squash this decision, and they set this boy free because he was only supposed to be sentenced for only 3 years. So that is something good, that the judiciary is also sensitive to juveniles. I just wanted to make that note.
Yeah, thank you very much for that contribution. In fact, whenever we make our prison visits, we try to look out if they are children. And I'm happy to report that lately, the prisons we've gone to, like that situation has been handled. They are not taking them in. On Monday, I was in Namalu prison. A young man came up and said, "Me, I'm not yet 18, but unfortunately, he doesn't have evidence to prove that he's not 18. That's where the problem is. So allow me use also this platform to encourage parents to register their children. Do you see how easy it would have been if that person had a birth certificate? Possibly it wouldn't have gone that far. So we advise him, try to look for anything that can prove that you were not 18 at the time you are convicted. That matter can be reviewed. So thank you for bringing that up. If there is no other question, I want to thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Mr. Sam told me to call him Uncle Sam. I don't have to officialize things. Uncle Sam, thank you very much for everything that you've given us. We thank you for the wisdom. We thank you for the enlightenment. We thank you for the position that you've shared. And we continue to pray that God will bless you as you do your duties in regard to the children. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are on course. We're so grateful that you're here with us. We don't want to take it for granted, especially those that are here with us physically at the Secretariat. We also thank those that are online watching us. We're very grateful. Thank you so much for making time. Today, we are commemorating the Day of the African Child, and it's in that regard that we are going to have a bigger part of this discussion for the day, and we are blessed to be in the presence of children, indeed the ones that we are celebrating, of course in representation of all the children around. We're having children from Good Times Infant School, Kawala, and we want to thank the administration for honoring our invite and having their children come to be with us on such a day of work. We don't take it for granted. Uncle Sam has given us a bit of what it is about children, and we are maybe to give some perspective. The Day of the African Child was launched by the Assembly of Heads of State of the Organization of Africa Unity, that was OAU, then in 1991, to be commemorated on the 16th day of June each year. Yes, sorry, we needed to correct a few things. Thank you, Adam. Yes, so the history of the Day of the African Child originates from South Africa. In 1976, there was a student uprising in Soweto, which resulted in the killings of students who demonstrated against the poor quality of education they received and demanding to be taught in their own language by the apartheid regime. For those that have, of course, been to school, we remember how bad the apartheid regime was, or at least that we read. And for that matter, the AU, which is now the AU, decided to honor the children and, of course, interact with international bodies, regional bodies, to see to it that governments that ratified some of the instruments that ensure child welfare are supposed to be held accountable. So Uganda, just like any other, as part of the African Union, ratified those instruments, and we're here with a very distinguished panel to help us to understand what it means to be a child in Africa and what it means to be celebrated in order for governments, institutions, and all stakeholders to be accountable, beginning from the parents. So today, the Uganda Law Society, under Section 3 of the Uganda Law Society Act, under its mandate, that is mandated to aid the society and the members as well to bring forth access to justice in all ways possible, is here in another very beautiful way to commemorate children in Uganda. So we are grateful for making time. We would like to take the opportunity to recognize Senior Counsel who came in the course of the session. We are very, very honored to have you around, Senior Counsel Andrew Kasirye. It doesn't go without saying, having you in our presence means a lot. And we're not going to take so much of time because the distinguished panelists are quite busy. They intimated to each of us. We're going to spend 15 minutes to present whatever has to be presented because we have a rather large panel to talk to, or rather to hear from. Going forward, we are going to hear from a very, very distinguished individual who is going to come and help us break down the theme that is commemorating the Day of the African Child. The person who is coming to speak was once the chairperson of the Legal Aid Project in 2000 to 2002. Thereafter, he was the president of the Uganda Law Society, the national bar, under which he is right now. After that, over time, he became the chairperson of the board of the Uganda Wildlife Authority, and thereafter, he was a committee member of the Audit Committee, Public Administration Sector, Ugandan government, and thereafter as well, he was lead counsel for the Commission of Inquiry, Uganda National Roads Authority. He has also served as a governing council member of the Center for Arbitration and Dispute Resolution. He as well is the chairperson at the Office of the Regulator of the Pension Schemes and NSSF. He is also the chairperson of Uganda Retirement Benefits Regulatory Authority and the managing partner of Kasirye, Biaruhanga and Company Advocates. Ladies and gentlemen, with distinguished respect, allow me introduce Andrew Kasirye, Senior Counsel.
Thank you very much for a very extravagant introduction. The Council of the Uganda Law Society, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I do not have much to say about this particular subject. I know that there are people who are more knowledgeable than myself, but I am coming here just to honor the Law Society. I was the president here about 20 years ago, 21 years ago. This property, we have our building, was bought under my leadership, and I supervised the purchase of this property. I was the vice president then of Mr. John Matov. This day is very important, and I just want to commend the Uganda Law Society, the Council. I am here because I was invited. I did not prepare to talk about the subject. I knew there were experts going to speak, but I come as a matter of respect. I submit myself to the jurisdiction of the leadership. I'm in contact with President Isaac. He requested me to come. And I came under that presidential directive. I also have some views about the MASAKA situation. If time allows, I will talk about it then. But I completely associate myself with what is happening in the MASAKA bar. I've started to write an essay, and I'm talking about what I call this reserving, pronouncing judgments for eternity. I'm talking about the failure, in my view, of the Supreme Court to do its work. There are certain cases that have lingered in the corridors and registry of the Supreme Court, One of them I once acted for, Mr. Kazinda. If you take an interest and see how long it has been since he was last before court, and the ruling or judgment which has been delayed, it speaks again to what MASAKA is talking about. Justice delayed is justice denied. Do we have enough justices sitting in these courts? Why don't we populate these courts with more justices? I've not understood why there's a need to empower military courts to try civilians. I thought the reasoning would be, let us strengthen the civil courts. But I'm surprised by what Parliament has done. But I respect the law. It was passed in a democratic way, but I don't think that was a solution to what was the mischief. I will not be controversial, but I just want to continue to applaud the Uganda Law Society for standing for the right reasons. I support the decision to take on the challenge of the constitutionality of that UPDF amendment law. A group of senior lawyers and myself were in the process of doing the same thing, and those lawyers will join the efforts of the Uganda Law Society to question the legality and the constitutionality. But without taking more time, I will also be writing an essay about corruption in the judiciary, and my recommendation is going to be that we need to set up a body, a judicial oversight committee, an independent judicial oversight committee to look into these allegations. There have been too many allegations of corruption against judicial officers, but these people serve full time, no investigations are carried out, and we do not look good. I think the time has come for the whip to be cracked, and so on and so forth. Allow me to take leave, and I cede the floor to my friends who have prepared for this, and I congratulate you again, Uganda Law Society, for a job well done. Thank you very much.
Yes, Senior Counsel. Thank you so much once again for your very, very, very elaborate words of wisdom. We associate with you. We are here because of you, amongst other reasons. We don't take it for granted. We really, really appreciate your honoring the call, the presidential directive, as you called it. We thank you for the blessing, and we would like to acknowledge all the essays that you intend to write. We know they are also in good heart, because we need to be seen, we need to be heard, we need to cause the change, and it's our role as advocates to fight for each other. So thank you for not letting us down, especially with your seniority. We appreciate that. Ladies and gentlemen, we thank you so much as we continue. We're commemorating the children, and the children are in the house. We'd like to thank you, young children, for coming to be with us. Are you okay? Yes. I want some answers. Are you okay? Yes. Louder. Are you okay? Yes. What school are you from? Come again? Who is your head teacher? Mr. Mbaji Ronald. Mr. who? Mr. Mbaji Ronald. Clap for yourselves. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was just an easy brain teaser. We want to bring a little more about children, and then we shall have some beautiful presentation from the children. Of course, they didn't come for nothing. We want to use them in the sense that they are going to communicate to us about what we are doing here today. And before that, we are going to have another eloquent and distinguished speaker who is going to help us to break down into solubility the theme that we are sharing today. And we're going to have none other than an individual who holds a bachelor's of law from Makerere University, a postgraduate diploma in taxation and revenue management from the East Africa School of Taxation, a master's of laws from University of Nairobi, and a postgraduate diploma from in public administration and management from UMI. She is the Deputy Publicity Secretary for the Uganda Judicial Officers Association. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please welcome with me Her Worship Marlene Obizu, who is a magistrate grade 1 and who operates at the Judiciary Training Institute. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I would observe the protocol, our distinguished panelists, the council, Uganda Law Society, our dear children. Good morning. How are you, children? Did you have breakfast? Yes. Okay. You are most welcome. My name is Marlene Obizu. I usually tell people I come from the United States of Aroa, USA. Yes. Yeah, I'm a magistrate grade 1. I work at the Judicial Training Institute. I also serve on the Association of Judicial Officers as a Deputy Publicity Secretary. I'm here on behalf of the President, Lady Justice Olive Kazare Mkwaya, who is the President of the Uganda Judicial Officers Association, who was unable to make it here. So I was ambushed this morning to be here. And I said, okay, how am I going to do this? But here we are. When you're invited or when you are directed, somehow you must show up, isn't it? Yes. So basically, mine is to talk about our theme. I'll first go to our theme, which is the planning and budgeting for children's rights, progress since 2010. I don't speak on behalf of the judiciary, but I speak on behalf of the President, Uganda Judicial Officers Association, because we are an association which is under the judiciary. Judiciary is our father. We are the small children under judiciary. So Uganda Judicial Officers Association does not budget, does not participate in budgets when it comes to administration of justice. That's what I know. But like I said, we're the children of judiciary. So it is through the different, the implementation of the different frameworks and policies that we as the judicial officers under that association ensure that children receive justice. Because we know that the different stakeholders in this country that participate in ensuring that the rights of children are protected. So for judicial officers, it is mainly in the line of administering justice and making sure that children receive justice. So the moderator had already outlined what the Day of the African Child, how it came into be. And I'm surprised Uncle Sam said that he was not aware of this day. Is that so? I remember when I was in primary school, we used to celebrate this day. You go with a band marching on the roads, you know? Yeah, so this day has been there. I participated in it as a child during my primary school days. And what intrigued me about it is just its genesis was, the protest was about the poor quality of education, yes, but also the children or the students were saying, we want to be taught in our languages, meaning the local languages. I wonder how today we'll be communicating if this was what actually was implemented. Because I speak Lugbara, and so if I was taught in Lugbara, that means I probably would have never learned English. Then how would I have communicated with, her or with Uncle Sam or with other, it would have been difficult. But well, that was it. So, like I said, I speak on behalf of Justice Olive. Now, what does, I'll give a background of Uganda Judicial Officers Association. We have a constitution that guides us, and our mandate basically is with regard to judicial officers, advocating, lobbying for welfare of judicial officers, liaising with other judicial officers from internationally, because now we are members of MJA, that is East African Magistrates and Judges Association. Then there's a Commonwealth Judges and Magistrates Association. And then we, like I said, we belong to judiciary, so we undertake to maintain and defend the independence of the judiciary. And then we also, we publish journals, judicial journals. I'm the editor of that journal, and quarterly we publish an e-line bulletin, although we print some copies. Basically talk about different activities that judicial officers are doing in the different parts of the country, and then we sometimes capture different cases that capture people's mind and discussions. We capture them in those journals. So with that in mind, what is the role of a judicial officer in ensuring that children's rights are protected, they are promoted, and they're respected? I know that my colleague panelist is going to talk about juvenile justice. I think so. And I will just break down what I know that we do, but also given the theme that of the Day of the African Child, I'll briefly just go into the small things that have been done since 2010 to show that actually the rights of the children are being protected. Like I said, OJOA does not budget, but we do our part as judicial officers. So we know that we have the Children and Family Courts established under the Children Act, okay? And who runs these courts? It is the judicial officers. And what do the judicial officers do? They implement the provisions of these statutes. So that is the one way in which judicial officers are ensuring that the rights of the children are protected and promoted and respected. And then we've seen, even in these courts, most of the approaches used by judicial officers are children-centered, especially where there's a juvenile involved or where there's a child victim involved. So recently, there's Justice Deepa from PG. We saw her visit the remand, what's the name? One of these remand homes, I've forgotten the name. She visited the remand home and she bought them 2 TVs, and she, committed to prioritize and fast-track cases regarding juvenile offenders. So in as much as it's not the duty of an individual judicial officer, to undertake to do certain things, like buying TV and all that, but that goes out to show that judicial officers are passionate about the rights of children. Whether you're a child victim or whether you're a child offender, your rights have to be protected, promoted, and respected. We saw in 2016 the judicature, the visual audio link rules come into place, which provided for having these facilities in different courts. And this was basically done to, to protect child witnesses. Because we know that in, let's say for a defilement case, a child is going to be so scared to testify in front of the person that actually defiled her or him. But with this technology, it becomes a lot easier, because then it provides for a child being able to testify from, from somewhere else, and the accused person may actually remain in the prisons and the child is testifying from the courtroom or in the chambers, something like that. And then we saw different courts being, these facilities of technology being installed in different courts. around the country. Yes, it may not be in every court. There are very few. But I know that the plan is there to, make sure that at least all the high court circuits have these facilities. And I think last year, we had the magisterial areas, the magistrates courts statutory instrument, number 11 of 2024, which increased the number of magisterial areas to 157. And under this instrument, they gazetted all the remand homes as magisterial areas. So what does this mean? That we are going to have a stationed magistrate at a remand home. Because previously, I used to be a state attorney for about 7 years, and we had a very big challenge when you have a juvenile offender. You have to, when there's a juvenile offender, getting the probation officer is a problem. I worked in a place called Moyo, and that meant Moyo is about almost 200 kilometers from Arua, and the remand home was in Arua, and about 100 kilometers of that distance is a very terrible Maram road, terrible. So who is going to provide the transport? It is not clear. It just becomes very difficult to transport these people, and that is how you realize that you end up finding juveniles in adults, which I know now doesn't happen, but we know that it used to happen. You find juveniles being remanded with adults in prisons. So with this innovation, I know that as long as the judicial officers at remand homes, that means juvenile cases are going to be fast-tracked. It just becomes very easy because the congestion for children, especially in those remand homes, is not good. But there will be decongestion, there's going to be fast-tracking over these cases, and then, children are able to go back and be integrated back into the communities. Because as a child, yes, you may have committed an offense, but you go back home, go back to school, go back to being a child of your parent. Also last year, Judiciary partnered with IDLO, that is International Development Law Organization, to decongest remand homes. This went on for about 2 months. So what they did was to fast-track all juvenile cases, and that has seen a lot of decongestion in the remand homes. So yes, it was a partnership between a development partner and judiciary, but it is the judicial officers who implement these initiatives. And then as UJOA, the Uganda Judicial Officers Association, we hold monthly dialogues. It's called the UJOA Dialogue Series, which we hold every Wednesday of the first week of the new month. And last year around February, I think it was 19th of February, we had one of member of the bar, Counsel Winnie Adukule, who we invited, because usually what we do is to invite experts in pertinent areas to talk to judicial officers about, to discuss those pertinent topics. So we invited her because she is an executive director of an NGO called Free Child Uganda. And I think over my years in practice, I've seen her basically only handling juvenile cases. So we invited her for a 1.5 hour talk. And actually this dialogue, usually, people are driving home because it's about 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. People are driving home, they don't log in. But this time it attracted over 100 participants online. What does that show us? That actually judicial officers are passionate about issues concerning children and their rights. So hopefully we shall organize another dialogue to discuss issues to do with children. And then we've seen a diversion of cases. I know that the law is, it kind of talks about police. It's the Children Diversion Guidelines for Police Officers, 2019. but we know that diversion happens everywhere, whether at the stage where the matter is still at police, or at the stage where the matter is still with the office of the DPP, or in the courtrooms. So I know for sure that many times there are these cases, you keep asking, why is it coming to court when this can actually be handled at the lower level? We have the LCs to handle these cases. We even have the probation officers to sort it out. So I know that judicial officers, I don't have the statistics, but I know judicial officers do a lot of diversion of cases. And this basically is to protect the rights of the children, because we know that children are intimidated by the courtroom. The courtroom, or even a judicial officer, especially now, let's say if it is a judge who is robbed in those things, a child is going to be intimidated. But if it's a case that can be diverted, we've seen judicial officers divert these cases. I know that ODPP has a handbook on prosecution of child-related cases. And I think when this handbook came into place, I was still a state attorney. And my experience then was that judicial officers will not divert from what the practice is when it comes to children, unless someone is uninformed. I don't expect anyway them to be uninformed, but judicial officers have implemented the best practices which are well laid out in this handbook, and so I don't know whether we receive so many complaints regarding judicial officers in relation to child-related cases, except for that case of Okello Moses, the juvenile who was sentenced to death. Was it life imprisonment? To death. Yeah, it was to death. Yes. But the fact that, this was quashed, it shows you that judicial officers are very sensitive to cases regarding children. Like I said, I'm not speaking on behalf of judiciary, but as a judicial officer, I know that the institution I work for has, made tremendous strides in ensuring that children are planned and budgeted for. That is why you see all these things that I'm talking about. They happen because there's a plan somewhere and there's a budget somewhere. When you go to the new Supreme Court and Court of Appeal buildings, you'll find, even when you enter the lift, there's something about children, okay? In the lift. When you enter, you see something about the children. When you go to, I think it's the 6th floor, we have children's spaces. There's a children's room there, a playroom, and then there's one for them to sleep, so that, let's say a child victim who has come to court can have rest, because these people are going to come from their homes early in the morning. They're telling you you're going to testify, but court is going to take, let's say, another 6 hours. So they have child-friendly spaces where they can relax, sleep, and they're offered something to eat and drink. So that the steps that judiciary has taken to ensure that these facilities are in place show you that the issue of children, the rights of children, is at the heart of the institution and in the heart of the judicial officers. I know that this is just not a bed of roses. There are always challenges. There are challenges. I don't want to say that I'll outline them, but I called one of my friends this morning. I said, at about 9, I've been ambushed with this. And then she told me, just go. But you see, and she's a lawyer, she said, you see, children are suffering. I said, why? She said, children in the justice system are suffering, especially the juveniles. I said, why? He said, these juveniles do not have legal representation most of the time. And yet, in the lower courts, they have no legal representation. I need to know that sometimes these children are not able to defend themselves. I said, okay, so what are you saying? And he told me, you know, we had the legal aid bill, it was thrown out, so we need something to be done about it so that, you know, the children are represented. So, and it's true that we've seen, you know, a juvenile offender in a magistrate's court, in the children and family courts, not represented. So that is something to look into. Otherwise, I want to, I don't know if I've forgotten something, but I want to say thank you so much for having us. The president sends her regards, and she actually apologized. I should have stated that earlier. She apologized for not being able to make it. She had a very busy schedule, but the next invite, she will make the time to be here. Thank you. If there are questions, we'll take them. Okay. Then I need to go. Okay.
A round of applause once again. It is not often. Sorry. Yes. It is not often that we have magistrates before us speaking like this in a function that's organized by the judiciary. This is where we normally have them. We are so honored to have Your Worship Marlene. Thank you so much. My sister from the United States of Arua. I think we're now taking over. Is that okay? Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We thank you once again for being with us. We don't take it for granted that you're here with us. Those physically present, the children, we are still together. Are we together? Are we together? Some energy. I don't hear you. Are we together? Are you tired? Do you still have more to show us? Are we together? All right. Ladies and gentlemen, those online and those physically present, this is the Uganda Law Society, and we are going to give you more than you expect. Your Worship, thank you for the wisdom. We know, of course, it's not so often that you move around speaking like this, but today you broke it down. We're so grateful. May the Lord bless you. We have left some action points, of course, that the ULS has taken note of, and we continue to pray that God can bless us in our collected effort as we work together to ensure access to justice in this regard for the children. Ladies and gentlemen, we're back, and we're going to have a little bit of a brain teaser and some little entertainment from the one and only children that are here with us. We are going to invite one of the school administrators is the director of studies around, and all the little boy who I spoke to. Where are you? Come and speak to the people. Come and speak to the people. Where are you? Come, introduce yourself. Tell the people who you are. Tell them what you love to do. Tell them the beautiful things about today. Your name?
Before I introduce myself, I would like to thank the previous speaker. My name is Severi Moda. I am coming from Good Times Infant School. I am representing my school because our head teacher is not around. I would like to thank all of you who are around, the speeches, the work done. I thank the judiciary, everyone who's around. I don't know much, but I would just like to thank you. Mainly what I wanted to talk about is, please, help the children on the streets. They need your help. We all need your help. But mainly, the ones who are on the streets. Thank you.
All right, the child has some confidence. Let's clap for him. Clearly, the education fraternity is not doing so badly like we want to make it look. We need to appreciate what the government does. These are schools where our own children go to, and we need to stand with them in solidarity. So we thank you very much for taking your children, of course, to school, especially the Ugandan curriculum. And without further ado, because I know we are all engaged, we would like to take this congregation to a moment of entertainment. The children have something special for you. Before we can excuse you, we also know that you're engaged. We would just like to use a few minutes for them to entertain us, and then we can get to the end of the function. Are you leaving? Would like to take
bebali wabo ngalo oluyimba lunyumire ngoma abazinyi betale bebali wabo
Yo, another hand clap. Good Times Infant School, Kawala. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for the children. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you so much. We are so, so honored. Girls and boys, you have made our day. Clap for yourselves, oh my God. The administrators, the teachers, parents who have sent their children, this is a talent that nobody can stop. No one can stop this kind of talent. We thank you for everything that you have done for the preparation. We were in school and these things used to take over 2 months to prepare for, and then some houses would be the last. You remember very well. Are we together? So let's clap for these children again. Come on. All right, thank you. Is that all?
That is awesome. I used to be a Maganda dancer. Can you give me 5 other dancers?
All right, all right, all right, all right, all right. Identifying, identifying. Thank you so much. All right, so we can get back to our places. Are we going back now? Are we going back? Master, are we going back? Yeah, you can now move. Thank you so much. Let's clap for them as they move. Let's clap for them. Let's clap for them. That is the energy that we are looking for. The energy we are looking for. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, I know we are out of time and we want to try to make it snappy. Thank you for being with us. We had to take a very, very small commercial break. We thank you for respecting the children. You could have chosen to leave, but you have opted to stay with us. We don't take it for granted. We thank you. We have a very big burning issue, and Uncle Sam requires to take some questions. It's a very, very out-of-the-book kind of arrangement on how we operate, but we also respect everybody, and we know that he has asked to leave. But there's some very, very critical questions that need to be asked of him. And we would like, of course, to just pass you the mic, and then you can as well give us some answers, and we can see how to move. One of the questions that has come from one advocate online called Asimwe Justice. He says, in light of the role of the JSC as a link between the people and the judiciary, what are they doing about the situation in MASAKA, and where the population of, what are they doing about the situation in MASAKA where the population of over 2 million is acutely undeserved by a single judge and registrar who are paralyzed by a backlog of more than 4,000 cases? Why are you insensitive to the people's plight? Why are you insensitive to the children's rights at stake in this situation? Why do you just sit there, kill people's complaints, and bury people's cries? Doesn't this show that your inspectorate, monitoring, and intelligence gathering capabilities fall short of the constitutional standards? I'm sorry, it was a long question. I'll just run through it again for you to catch it. You okay? You mind taking it on? There is a microphone. Where's the microphone? Ladies and gentlemen, you pardon us. We beg your indulgence. There was a very technical issue we needed to address in regard to what I just spoke, in regard to our panelists being engaged. We are going to try to mix it up and try to address a very critical issue. We have consulted from the panelists, and they have allowed for another issue to be brought onto the table, which of course was supposed to come in a little after. And we want to try to use this opportunity to introduce the next item that was supposed to be discussed. And we beg that you give us a little bit of your attention. This is about the Greater MASAKA strike by lawyers who laid down their tools or decided not to go to court until some issues of theirs are addressed. The recent lawyers' strike in Greater MASAKA, of course, it highlights pressing issues affecting the judiciary, including shortage of judicial officers and the soaring backlog of cases. This debrief outlines the key concerns and potential solutions that the Uganda Law Society, of course, is trying to address using the Uganda Law Society MASAKA chapter team, which has representation with us over here today. And today we are going to use the opportunity. It began last week, and they have been on different social media spaces. We thought it right as well, because they are a part of us. We thought it right to host them today and enable the society, the public, as it is supposed to be a public engagement, to bring this issue aboard. And without further ado, we are going to hear from our own member who is in the House, who is going to represent the members who have striked, and they're going to be spoken about. And we have with us the head of the MASAKA Uganda Law Society chapter, who is a managing partner and the founder of Zanda Advocates. He is a notary public, he is a commissioner for oaths, and he is an advocate just like any of us, but he has taken the mantle to lead the MASAKA chapter. And before we go so far, we would like to hear much more from Counsel Lule Alexander. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause.
In community, when there's a problem, the sounds of the drums are heard. In MASAKA, we refer to that as Gwanga Moje. That is the theme of our operation. Most distinguished members, protocol observed. I am Lule Alexander, as already told to you by the speaker. I stand before you as the leader of the MASAKA Bar Association to address a critical issue that has plagued our community for far too long. Despite our persistent efforts to engage with the judiciary top management and other leaders, the severe shortage of judicial officers in the MASAKA
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are very apologetic, as we had earlier on said. Technical glitch, electricity, UEDCL, no longer umeme. Thank you for being with us. We had already prepared ourselves with the children, but of course as well, because of time, we shall try to make it snappy and re-invite Councillor Alex to continue with where he had stopped, and then we can proceed with the program. Once again, we are apologetic, especially for those online and as well those that are here with us. Let's get back to what we were doing before. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yesterday someone said the MASAKA problems need cleansing. I think you've witnessed that. Well, the MASAKA Bar Association stands before you today to address a critical issue that has plagued our community for far too long. Despite our persistent efforts to engage with the judiciary, top management, the severe shortage of officers in MASAKA High Court Circuit remains unresolved. The MASAKA High Court Circuit serves 10 districts, and out of these 10 districts, we have MASAKA District, MASAKA City, Kalungu District, Chotera District, Rakai District, Luengo District, Bukoma Nsimbi, Semba Bulelyantonde, and Kalangala. Those of you who haven't been to Kalangala, that is an island. With a population of over 2 million people, that is 2 million and beyond, our circuit is one of the most populous, old, and busy in the country, yet we are expected to function with inadequate resources, judicial resources, and this is causing untold hardships to litigants and undermining the rule of law that we as lawyers stand for and we are here to uphold. We have recently, or on previous occasions, utilized various forums to bring this issue to the attention of the judiciary management, including meeting with the principal judge, other stakeholders, and raising the same issue to the various forums of jealous stakeholders. We have participated in discussions and consultations, all aimed at finding a solution to this crisis. Unfortunately, despite all this effort, the promises made by the judiciary management have not been fulfilled. The people of Greater MASAKA, including the districts therein, continue to still suffer the consequences of delayed justice. We all know justice delayed is justice denied. Cases linger on the court cause lists for years, and our clients are denied their right to a fair and timely hearing, which is a right given to them by the Constitution of Uganda. And this is only paid by several adjournments that have become the order of the day in MASAKA High Court Circuit. The absence of sufficient judicial officers has resulted in a significant backlog, causing untold hardship to litigants and undermining the rule of law and frustrating the work of us as lawyers. MASAKA has had a history of transferring judges, and they take long to replace judges that are on transfer. And this problem has been repetitive. It affects very many cases. We have been patient, but we believe our patience has worn thin. We have been promised solutions, but these solutions have been theoretical. they have not materialized. The judiciary management has, since the strike, come up with excuses of a hurried strike. If I can quote, it is all over the press. The Deputy Chief Justice came out and said the MASAKA strike was hurriedly. The question is, when was the right time for this to happen? That is one of the questions that are left unanswered. The judiciary is not providing a practical remedy for the problem. It is against this backdrop that we, the Greater MASAKA Bar, we are compelled, or have been compelled to take drastic measures. We have initiated a sit-down strike to draw attention to this crisis and to demand action from the judiciary and the government. Very many questions keep lingering within our minds, but they are not answered. This issue was addressed to the Deputy Chief Justice when he was the PJ, and he promised to act. He did not act. He's now the Deputy Chief Justice. We have an acting principal judge. This issue falls within the docket of the principal judge. Why do we have the Deputy Chief Justice coming out to speak on behalf of the principal judge? The management of the judiciary is headed by the CJ, Chief Justice. The answer and the guess is as the one you have. These are our demands. We demand immediate deployment of additional judges and another registrar. We urge the judiciary to deploy more High Court judges to the MASAKA circuit to address the overwhelming case backlog that has brought us in this situation. We pray for increased judicial resources. We demand for increased judicial resources. As already seen above, another question comes to our heads. There is a body joining all judicial officers in the country. Good enough, we have a representative here. The UJOA, Uganda Judicial Officers Association. We are calling upon them because their silence seems to be very loud. How can an association allow one of their officers to serve under these situations? MASAKA has cases that go to 4,600 High Court cases, and the top management expects one judge to handle this. That's impossible. We have one registrar. It is not that MASAKA has never had more than one judges. We have been having two judges, the highest we have ever had. There is a time when we even had two registrars, and work was somehow smoothly running. Right now, we have one of the judges who went on a study leave. That is, she's entitled to that. And we don't blame her for that. We blame the judiciary. We have a representative from the Judicial Service Commission. We believe we may be corrected if we are wrong. When these judicial officers are asking for leave, at least the Judicial Service Commission is notified. What have they done for this vacuum that is in MASAKA? We have other courts that have almost the similar population of cases, but they have more judges. By statistics, if we could look at the civil division and the cases in MASAKA are almost the same. But how many judicial officers, how many judges are in the civil division? MASAKA has one judge. These are people from the village. They come from as far as Kalangala. Kalangala has more than 40 islands. Most of us, when we go to Kalangala, we go to the main island. There are islands where, in order for you to get to the main island, you have to board 4 boats. Imagine this person coming from as far deep as there. In situations when the waters are deadly, there is a period when the waters are deadly. This person struggles, he comes to court, and only to be told the judge is not available. That is the pain people in Masaka have. Someone brings a claim, financial claim. They want to be paid back. They have bought some land. The land has gotten in problems associated to it. So this person asks for a reclaim, for a refund. 200 million, or any monies that are above 50, jurisdiction of High Court. And this person's matter takes over 2 years before it goes to the judge. And even when it goes to the judge, it takes another 1 year for them to go to the judge. Even when they go to the judge for scheduling, the matter is going to suffer at least a 4 months adjournment. Altogether, you are taking 4 to 5 years for this person to get justice. Are we really giving these people justice? Let's take an example of Mukono, another one. Mukono has slightly higher numbers than Masaka. Mukono has 4 judges. Senior judges, by the way. The judge we have in Masaka is new. She's a junior judge. She's in her acting capacity. What do we expect from this judicial officer? However much she does her best, as she's doing, and the registrar is doing her best, they can't do enough. They can't do anything. It's like getting a drop of water and put it in an ocean. That's the situation in Masaka. That is the reason we are in this situation. That is the reason as to why the lawyers decided to sit down, put down their tools until when the voices are heard. This is not something that has just come abruptly. Like we have stated, we have been having deliberations and engagements with these officers, and they have always been promising. On several occasions, the principal judge, now the deputy chief justice, and other administration officers have been coming to Masaka, and these concerns on open days have been brought up by litigants. And these officers promise them, we are going to give you judges. They promised us 2 judges in Masaka, and serious ones, 2 active judges, and another judge in Rakai. But all these promises were not fulfilled. These promises were made when the judiciary expected 16 judges. The president gave them 25 judges, extra 9. But still we didn't get any judge. This is the situation where we're in, and you as a lawyer, a client approaches you and they need a remedy, and you cannot afford any. Why? Because you don't have anywhere you're going to get this. So people have resorted to going to the RDCs. What is the RDC going to do? The RDC is going to worsen things. But he also has to do something to help these people, because it's a community suffering. The lawyers are suffering, but we work on instructions. The clients give us instructions, and they are asking us for accountability. We don't have anything to bring to answer to their questions. So it is upon that we thought it proper, and we deemed it so, and we signed a resolution which we have since served to almost all the stakeholders involved in the management of cases. And it is at this moment that I pray to officially hand our signed resolution to the leadership of ULS nationwide, so that they can also help us in following up this. We also call upon every person. This is not a MASAKA issue. It is only happening, it is only that MASAKA people have decided to take the lead. We call upon all the lawyers. This injustice is not only in MASAKA, it is in all the places countrywide. Please, let us act. Whoever is responsible, let us act. We are not helping lawyers in MASAKA, no. We are helping the community in MASAKA. It is, before I hand over the resolution to the President, we are under the ULS and everything that is happening. We are doing it with the guidance of our leaders. And since today is a day for children, I have something to raise about children. The problems of MASAKA do not end. MASAKA, the greater MASAKA, does not have a remand home. These children have to be ferried from Naguru to MASAKA. So it is not only the adults that are facing injustice, even the children are not getting justice. These children are gotten from police, they are brought to court, and the court remands them. They are given to the probation officer, who does not have anywhere to keep them. These children are not getting justice as well. So it is affecting every person, whatever category you are. This does not distinguish whether whatever political party you belong to, whatever gender, whatever age, whatever religion, whatever tribe. It is affecting all of us. Please, we are asking you to act. We are asking you to do your job. You're not doing us a service. You're not doing us a favor, rather. I beg your pardon. Please do your work. It is at this point that I pray that the President, the representative of the President, comes over and we officially hand over our resolution. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Councillor Alexander, for fighting for the voiceless. We know not all of them could be here. We receive the petition, of course. We don't take it for granted. It takes so much. It takes a lot of energy and confidence to bring this up. Thank you for fighting for the lawyers of Greater MASAKA. And we are sure that the lawyers of Greater MASAKA have spoken for those in other jurisdictions, because the issue is actually affecting all lawyers, and that in effect affects access to justice. And of course, we want to take the opportunity as the Uganda Law Society, as the petition has been presented, to take it on and see how to get a solution to it by liaising with the judiciary. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, of course our time is up and a lot has gone down. As we were at that, the burning issues that needed to be addressed by the representative of the Judicial Service Commission shall be brought forth, so as to allow him to excuse himself like he has always been begging. We once again request you to bear with us. Thereafter, we shall have a response to the petition that has been brought forth by one Ruth Angom, who is part of this secretariat, the Members Affairs Department, But before that, we shall hear from Uncle Sam. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There are certain things you don't want to witness. You say, I wish that one had passed. And this is one of them. If you are a person in the chain of the deliverer of justice. I sympathize very much, first, with the people in MASAKA that use the court. I want you to imagine a person whose case had been fixed in these days when the lawyers are on strike. And from the words of counsel, it takes almost 4 years or 3 to get a hearing date. Now you turn up in court and they say, sorry, your case cannot proceed because the lawyers are on strike. I want you to imagine someone who's looking for an order of maintenance for a child, and he turned up to his counsel's chambers, and they said, lawyers are not going to court, and he needs immediate remedy from the court. There are a lot of things you would imagine really. For us, lawyers, the clients come to us are like patients who go to hospitals. At that moment when he's coming to you, he really, really badly needs a remedy to his problem. You'll never imagine the sickness of your next person, even if you're waiting to see the same doctor. You don't know his pain. So the last thing that person needs to hear is the doctor is not around. The doctor has gone for lunch. The doctor has gone for a seminar. Because certain things do not wait. So, having said that, I would also sympathize with lawyers. It is also very frustrating. I've personally been there. When a client comes to you, assuming, has execution been suspended? No, execution has not been suspended. A bailiff has a warrant. He's attaching your client's house, and you cannot go in to apply for an interim order for stay of execution. What will happen? That is a client who's going to suffer irreparable damages. I had a very unfortunate experience while I was practicing. My client was evicted. As soon as we were staying execution, the ruling came in just shortly before 5 o'clock, and by 6 o'clock they had demolished the house. Nothing to do. So that kind of thing. So we also sympathize with you. It is very, very frustrating when a client comes to you and you are helpless. You take a matter to court, and a client even comes, some of them think you've connived. Some of them think you are doing nothing about it. But my point is one, and I will tell you our response. My point is one. In the delivery of justice, we have many players. This justice is not given by one person or one institution. If you expect court alone to give you justice, then you'll not get it, because justice delivery has a chain. And in that chain, you have advocates. In that chain, you have state attorneys. In that chain, you have magistrates and judges. Then you have bailiffs, you have prison, police, and all that. So whenever each one of them breaks down, the system cannot move smoothly. So for the 1 week or so you are not working, you can be very sure that already people are suffering more than they have been suffering. If the judge was scheduled to hear 10 cases this week, those people have lost the chance. So the point is communication.
Thank you. There is a response that has come in that is supposed to add to what Uncle Sam is giving us as responses, and it's supposed to be read shortly by one of our members, Councillor Ruth Angom, who is going to give us a response, and then Uncle Sam can proceed. We kindly ask that you allow us breach this protocol a little. Thank you. Ruth?
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, all protocol observed. My name is Angom Ruth Julie. I am the Program Officer for Professional Development at the Uganda Law Society in the Members Affairs Department. And I'm here to present a humble apology for Mr. Ellison Karuhanga, who is unable to be here, physically here, to attend in honor of an invitation from the Radical New Bar President of the Uganda Law Society, Mr. Isaac Semakade, Senior Counsel, who requested him to kindly present on behalf of the Uganda Law Society a response to the petition from the Greater MASAKA. Mr. Karuhanga is currently engaged in High Court where he has a matter central, and he is central to the defense team of Miss Molly Katanga. And due to this scheduling conflict, I have been requested to stand in for him and present his remarks, which were published in the Daily Monitor yesterday at page 14 as the letter of the day. I believe most of us saw it. Yes. And it's titled, Justice Buried Alive, MASAKA, Strike is a Cry from Within the System. And it has been adopted as the response of the bar by order of council. So, yes, so let me get right into it. Justice buried alive, MASAKA strike is a cry from within the system. Lawyers in Greater MASAKA have done the unthinkable. They've put down their wigs and gowns, walked out of courtrooms, and gone on strike. This is not a tantrum. It is not sabotage. It is not even a protest. It is something deeper, more alarming. It is the justice system itself crying out from within. The facts are simple, brutal, and heartbreaking. There is only one judge in the entire Greater MASAKA region tasked with hearing and resolving over 4,290 cases. That's not a backlog. That's a burial ground for justice. Let us be honest. Once you subtract weekends, court vacations, public holidays, and judicial leave, a judge has roughly 198 working days in a year. Even at a superhuman pace, I beg your pardon, even at a superhuman pace, say 5 trials a day, 5 days per case, it would take 22 years to clear that backlog. This is not justice delayed, it is justice denied. No, it is justice buried alive. And that figure doesn't even account for the aftershocks of the recent Succession Amendment Act, which wiped out thousands of existing grants of probate and letters of administration. MASAKA's lone judge now faces the additional avalanche of hundreds, possibly thousands of probate matters. Earlier this year, I visited courts across the country, from Gulu to Arua, from Barara to Fort Portal. What I saw in MASAKA is not an anomaly. It is the national condition. One judge, thousands of cases, communities waiting, families suffering, justice vanishing. But the Constitution, in its wisdom, foresaw this. It did not leave us without tools. Article 142.2 gives the President, acting on the advice of the Judicial Service Commission, the power to appoint temporary judges when the state of business in the courts so requires. Let us be clear, the state of business in the courts requires it now. These temporary judges, let's call them mission-based judges, come in not for title or prestige. They come in to do the work. No pension, no official car, no escort, no right of way, just a mission: reduce backlog, serve justice, then return to their lives. This is not without precedent. When the military is overwhelmed, it calls in the reservists. When hospitals are overwhelmed, the private sector is mobilized. When the police is overstretched, they turn to community policing. When the courts are overwhelmed, as they now undeniably are, the nation must call upon the Uganda Law Society. That is the spirit and the urgent response of Article 142.2. But there is a catch, a cruel contradiction. The JSC, the very body mandated to advise the President on such appointments, is not fully constituted. Why? Because the Uganda Law Society's representatives remain unelected. Their election is stalled in the very same broken court system they are meant to reform. This is more than irony. It is dysfunction layered upon dysfunction. A Judicial Service Commission without the bar is not just incomplete, it is unfit. You cannot prescribe medicine while gagging the physician. In law, as in anatomy, a body without a vital organ does not function. It fails. And when that missing organ is the conscience of the legal profession, its absence is not silence, it is an alarm. We cannot solve this crisis from the bench alone. The bench must hear from the bar. This strike, if it must be called that, is not rebellion. It is not selfish. It is not political. It is the justice system speaking through the only voice left to it: silence. The silence of locked chambers, of vacated courtrooms, of a people tired of waiting for a justice that never arrives. As Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. once warned, we must learn to live together as brothers or perish together as fools. This is not just a strike. This is a stand. This is the article by Mr. Ellison Karuhanga, a partner at Kampala Associated Advocates. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The MC requested me to listen to that so that my response can cover both. And I'm glad I did, because I didn't read the monitor of yesterday. I was traveling. I was on the road. It's a good article. It also underscores what all of us want. I have already said it is a chain, and we are all interested parties. The advocates, all state players, even the non-state actors, leave alone the litigants. We are all interested in one thing: justice, and our people having justice. What is required is for each one of us to play our role. I will not blame you for your action, but the point I want to make is, did you think through your action? So what is going to happen with what I had said? Those urgent matters that needed you to be there, what is going to happen? And I was saying the solution is really in communication. Let's talk to each other. I think there is an increasing tendency of not wanting to talk about matters. Can you imagine if MASAKA lays down their tools, then you hear Fort Poto, then you hear Mbarara, then because of the same reason, shall we have a solution? Is it not possible for all of us to contribute to a solution to a problem that we are all facing? Tell me, your council you are practicing both in Kampala and MASAKA, is the situation in the civil division any better? Even them having more judges? Or is it any better in the land division? Is it any better in other high court circuits? That's where we have now to reflect and say, why don't we engage and tell them what our problem is or what our challenge is? The good thing, the judiciary always has court open days where you are able to engage with the leadership of the judiciary, at least within that circuit, to raise those issues of concern. I requested to respond to the comment of Councillor Asimwe after hearing from Council on the issue of MASAKA, because all we have, like myself, what I've learned about MASAKA was in the social media. Actually, when we had a break, I consulted whether the Commission has received a copy of your petition or resolution or any earlier communication about the same, and I was advised that no, I stand to be corrected. Have you informed the Judicial Service Commission? You have a copy to that effect? If that is the case, then I'll find out what is being done. But the challenge is, it's not one institution. It's not, the solution even doesn't lie in laying down our tools. The solution lies in communication and exploring different avenues of addressing persistent matters, persistent disputes in court. Like the article of Council Elson Karhanga makes a proposal, but you think a proposal will be picked from a newspaper article or a social media post? I already told you that one of the functions of the Judicial Service Commission is to receive and process people's proposals, people's complaints about administration of justice in the country. Why don't you make a proposal, a viable one, and say, we would propose this to happen? So, It is sad that we are where we are, but my personal advice is that we need to engage. Let's not keep quiet. Let's not use extreme measures. Let us engage in discussions with all the stakeholders. I can assure you, Council, if you are in charge of the judiciary and you are the one supposed to ensure that there are judicial officers, there are support staff everywhere, you would face the same challenges. So you need to lead, and certain things don't happen in a moment. You know, to transfer a judicial officer from one station to another, it means he leaves what he has been doing, you know, all that kind of thing. So if someone says, give us some time, we need to bear. But more importantly, I want to emphasize the point that if you would like the Judicial Service Commission to be involved, we shouldn't read from newspapers that lawyers in MASAKA are striking. When you've never sought an audience, when you have never petitioned them to intervene. Otherwise, the problem of inadequate judicial officers is there, and you have seen in the recent past there has been relative increase in the appointments of judicial officers to try to address some of those problems. Let's not alienate each other, but we agree that there is no problem that is too difficult to resolve through discussion. I think part of the practice in our trade is always negotiation. But we seem to, when you go to court, you even see some of the cases, and you say, but what was this counsel thinking about to file a matter like this? Why don't you negotiate some of the matters before they are even filed? How far have we adopted alternative dispute resolution? We as lawyers, how far do we go with that? How far have we used mediation? Instead, we are the roadblocks. Because you said, you are not allowed to talk to the other party unless I've advised you. Isn't it the case? And you know, even a matter which would have been solved faster takes much longer because of our adversarial type of litigation. My question is one, if you are not given another judge, what will you do? No, I'm not the judiciary. I'm not the one deciding. I'm asking you to think of solutions to problems. If I were you lawyers in MASAKA, I would have already have discussed with my colleagues a possibility for arbitration. So can we discuss a possibility of arbitration? We remove our case from court, commercial cases. We remove our case from court and we handle it through arbitration. Have you thought about that? Have you encouraged your clients? Why do we continue to fail? Like those matters, they are really clear-cut. Why? We just want, I know, sir, it is a strategy for lawyers to delay. They also don't want justice. You have a bad case, leave it in court to take as long as it can take. Instead of bringing it forward and finding a solution. But your concern is taken. The reason I remained up to this long was to hear it myself so that I can report back and request the Commission to pay attention to that. I hope I have answered you. Asimwe, we are indeed, you can have a bridge. You have a bridge to Jinja and you don't pass there. You will pass everywhere obstacle, you don't see the bridge. We have not used these institutions the way we should. We think they are for decoration, other people will choose other functions, but I'm telling you, the people's bridge to justice is Judicial Service Commission. And if you come to the Judicial Service Commission and you do not get, or you are not helped, or you don't get an appropriate attention to your problem, then you complain, because we are also accountable. Otherwise, I don't want to comment on the other comment of Councillor Elson, because that matter is in court. But I want to advise you young people, ourselves, we are the young people of today. Do we see how we paralyze ourselves? Is that something so great as to cause this delay? Will you blame the Judicial Service Commission? Let us talk. That is the advice I want to give ourselves. Thank you very much for inviting us. Thank you very much for being patient. Now, if I'm uncle, now this son of mine, Robert, I really love your moderation and all your kindness. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Councillor Sylvia wanted to make a gesture as Uncle Sam. Uncle Sam. Just a second. There's some protocol in which we take a group picture of all those who have honored the invitation across the board, and we invite everybody. So would like to invite all of us to the podium so that we can take a group picture for records purposes, but also thank you for being so kind and very, very patient with us. We really appreciate. Yeah, so there was a child who was supposed to stand with us.
Okay. I would like to take this opportunity to call all the councils to the front. We are going to hold hands to join the cause of MASAKA region, just to, like our previous Uncle Sam said, if there is a problem and the problem has to find solutions. So we hold hands together to show that we are in solidarity with MASAKA region. Everybody else, hold your hand. We sympathize with MASAKA and we feel for them, and we are together in finding a solution for the MASAKA region.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you, Uncle Sam. Let the children clap for Uncle Sam. He has been so kind with us. Thank you so much. May God bless you. Thank you for sparing time. Thank you for standing with us. May God surely bless you as you return to your workplace. And we pray that we shall next time meet in better terms so that we are all together in one accord. Ladies and gentlemen, oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Little children have been blessed like it has always been the case when we come in the presence of the Lord and among us elders and they appreciate what you have done. You are blessed. So council has blessed the children with a token of appreciation. Let's clap for council. The representative of MASAKA, Greater MASAKA lawyers, they have blessed the children with a token of appreciation for your good work, for your presentation, and this is just the first of them coming. We want to thank you once again for bearing with us. I would like to, once again, bring our attention back to where we were. We had very urgent requests from the panelists, like I had explained, and for that matter, we had to switch a little bit. We delved away from the topic that was before touching children, but there were some panelists that needed to present. However, we consulted with Council Businje, Sylvia Mbabazi, whose turn it was next, and she, like a mother, like we shall find she is, gladly accepted for the Greater MASAKA lawyers to present. So you will kindly forgive us, but also bear with us. We are going to switch back to the theme that invited us here to speak about children again, because today is a celebration for the children. Not that MASAKA, Greater MASAKA is anything less, but here we are. Thank you. Yes. The representation of the school, the teacher, the DOS, the DOS, will come forth to receive a token of appreciation from the Uganda Law Society. We are not able to give everything all the time, but to these distinguished people and citizens of Uganda who are the backbone of the country in education, we would like to invite you, please, to receive a token of appreciation as the Honorable Treasurer comes and honors this issuance of this gift to our Director of Studies, who has helped us to come along with these children. We just want to say thank you, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of the Uganda Law Society, I would like to give this small token of appreciation to the director, Good Times Primary School, Mr. Mpaji David, and I think Mr. Mpaji David Ronald, and I think it will be received by one of the administrators of the school. Please. Also, this is money from council.
You should clap for your.
15 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm glad to be here, and I would like to say thank you so much for inviting us. Among the very many schools in Lubaga, Good Times has got a chance of being here. Thank you so much. May God bless you.
All right, thank you so much. The Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development has honored this session by sending a very distinguished representative. The individual who is coming to speak next is going to wow you because he belongs to the exact sector of topic that is being discussed. We are graced by having with us a senior probation and welfare officer in the Department of Youth and Children Affairs, and he is the national coordinator for Sauti 116, which is a hotline that you need to call in case you have any challenges for children that you can be sure that the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development is going to pick up without you having airtime. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome with me, Mr. Mugisha John.
Children, we, wa, wu, he, che, chu, chi, pa, ta, ka, ki. Like I've been introduced, my name is Mugisha John. Children, are we listening? Yes. My name is Mugisha John. Okay? I come from the Ministry of the Children, Okay? I come from the Department of the Children, which is Ministry of Gender, Labor, and Social Development. I wasn't supposed to be the one to come to attend. The person that was invited was the Permanent Secretary for Ministry of Gender, Labor, and Social Development. That is Mr. Agore David Chibenge. But as you know, we are towards the end of the financial year, and there's quite a lot that is happening, including this week, where we were able to celebrate the Day of the African Child on Monday. And I'm glad when I came in a bit an hour late, I was able to hear the focus on the theme, which was looking at planning and budgeting for care and protection since 2010. But before I make the PS's statement, allow me to say one thing, which is a vote of thanks to the Uganda Law Society for taking time to focus on the African child. We have very many institutions that interface with children, but at times, days like this, we never take time to focus, to do a bit of accountability. As we were in the discussions, I got a call from one of the clients that have referred through the Sauti 116 helpline to lawyers who provide legal aid. And she was saying, I was attended to, my ex-husband was invited, I have gotten most of the things I want, I'll be able to support the children. And I was saying, the lawyers are doing amazing work. So I just want to give that vote of thanks for the pro bono services that the council are giving, regardless of the challenges you're encountering. Allow me ride on the same protocol and be able to greet the children. Dear children, dear children, dear children, this is a message from the PS, okay? It's with a great honor that I stand here on behalf of the PS of the Ministry of Gender to join you as you continue to celebrate the Day of the African Child, which was celebrated on the 16th. This year's theme, like you've already heard, was focusing on planning and budgeting for child care and protection in Uganda since 2010. This is both timely and profound, and it invites us all as a country to be able to focus and honestly do accountability in terms of what has come to transform our commitments to the children, especially in tangible public investment. And as we chat more on the ambitious path on what we need to do to take forward the children issue. Children, do you know that you're more than us, the adults in Uganda? Yes. Do you know that? Yes. Do you know you're the majority? Yes. Very good, very good. So Uganda has one of the youngest population. 56% of our citizens are the children that are seated here and others who are in the schools. And even the young man who said, help the children on the streets. There are some who are on the streets. And we are going to be able to help those who are on the streets. But it takes also a very deep moral and developmental obligation on us all to ensure that every child is protected, nurtured, supported to reach their full potential. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, if we want to ensure we are protected, those that are our parents, our caregivers, our guardians, must do their roles. But also as the children, we have responsibilities. Children, do you know our responsibilities? Yes. Do we know our responsibilities? Yes. What are our responsibilities when parents pay school fees? To read hard? To study? To listen to our parents? Very good. So since 2010, ladies and gentlemen, Uganda's national budget has been growing, right from 7.5 trillion to over 72 trillion as of the year 2024-25 financial year. This reflects our growing ambitions as a nation. But when we assess how much of this has been invested directly to childcare and protection, we must admit It is not enough. Children, say it's not enough. Say it's not enough. So the children are saying it's not enough. That even as we allocate funds, we need to do more to protect them. The Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development's budget has increased from 52 billion in the financial year 2010-2011 to a whooping 289 billion as of today. However, I must say, only 15 to 20% of this budget has gone directly to child care protection services, such as case management, alternative care, family strengthening, and violence prevention. Nationally, formal child care protection systems, including the probation services, institutional care, and the helpline that I lead, receive less than 0.05% of the national budget. Meanwhile, our frontline officers, like the community development officers and the probation officers, continue to serve children under extreme constrained conditions, often with no transport or operational costs. Yet, the ladies and gentlemen here and the boys and girls, despite these challenges, Uganda has made remarkable progress. We have enacted the Children's Act as amended 2024. We have launched the National Child Policy. This is a policy for the children. We have a national parenting guidelines because we realize people don't know how to be parents. People accidentally become parents. If you are in this room and you are the firstborn, my commissioner for youth always says that chances are high that your parents were experimenting and you became. Yes, there was not really clear planning, I must say. So we realize that we have to guide the nation and we help people become parents. We have also seen a trend in the issue of children getting pregnant. A child carrying another child. We have also seen children dropping out because the lawyers don't want to hear this, but children are put in a marriage setting. The social workers call it child marriage. The lawyers say it cannot happen since the law does not permit someone who is below 18 years to get married. But these are the realities. So we have a strategy to help children return back to school, those that have gotten pregnant, but also to handle these harmful practices. We have increased birth registration as a country. We have scaled up cash transfers to vulnerable families, and we have strengthened family and community-based alternative care. This progress has been made possible through collaboration with other ministries, departments, and agencies, local governments, the civil societies, the non-governmental organizations, the committed development partners, and we are thankful to them. I sincerely want to thank everyone here, including the children, for this journey that we have moved as a country since 2010. But the progress is not enough. We must do more. The Uganda Police report of the Uganda Police annual report reveals a concerning trend that in 2010 we had over 4,781 cases for children. Largely they were focusing on neglect, abuse, and desertion. But as of 2020, this number has been shooting up. We are now at 9,225. It means that people are having children that they don't want. They are not looking after them. People are starting families without the intention of actually remaining within these families. One of the issues that we are really grappling with is child neglect, because it then spills over to the other issues, including trafficking, including adoption, and others. While reporting has improved, ladies and gentlemen, consistent budget cuts and child rights violations continue to impact our milestones, making it difficult for us to progress. But also, our inabilities to track how much is being allocated for child care and protection regarding systems is also affecting and leading us not to have the required intended outcomes. Transformation requires more, and as Uganda, we can no longer afford to keep child care and protection on the margins of planning, including financing. We must put the children at the center of our national development agenda. This means ensuring that every national and local government plan includes dedicated, tangible, and adequate budgets for children. Scaling up for investment in childcare and protection, especially for vulnerable children, who include those with disabilities, children who are in emergency settings, including children who are in childcare institutions or other form of alternative care, and including what my young brother said, children who are living on the streets. Fully staffing and equipping and financing child protection services across the districts will give us that milestone, and building and sustaining robust data systems will enable us really track the gains that we have achieved. As a ministry, we continue to appreciate the work that is being done by the Law Society. We continue appreciating everyone who is looking after their child. Finally, we are committed today and every other day to build a Uganda where every child is visible, is safe, empowered, and is able to shape their own future. With those few remarks, I just want to thank you very much for the opportunity, and we continue urging the Law Society that even other celebrations, including the youth, we should have also a session for the Youth Day in order for us to also track, including those adults related issues like older persons, persons with disability, Women's Day. I think when we institutionalize this kind of engagement, we shall get milestones at the end of the day. As I end, public servants, we always have a statement we say, that is, for God and my country. Thank you very much.
For God and my country, indeed, the children for Uganda, for God and my country. Johnny, Johnny. Yes, Papa. Eating sugar. No, Papa. Telling lies. No, Papa. Open your mouth. Papa. Amen. Let's clap for Uncle John. All right. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. And in that regard, Auntie Sylvia is going to cut for us a cake. Let's clap our hands. Yay! Who is hungry? Who is hungry? Ah, no. Who wants cake? Hands up, both hands. One hand, two hands. One hand, two hands. One hand, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. All right. We are going to take a very slight moment, cut some cake so that we can enjoy, and then we can have the last segment of the day. Thank you so much. Thank you, Uncle John. May the Lord bless you for your representation. You've given us very, very many words of wisdom. We would like to continue having this relationship. Like you've said, we are going to continue to indulge you because you have showed some positivity, and may the Lord bless you. May you take our regards back that side where you're coming from, and we continue thanking you for fighting for the children. Thank you so much.
Can we have the representative of the principal of the school?
Yes, we have the director of studies around.
And we also had the gentleman who was representing the headmaster?
Yeah, the representative of the headmaster. Where you come. Let's cut cake. Let's hurry up. You're hungry, come on, we cut cake. Come on, we cut cake. The children want to eat. The children want to eat. The children want to eat. Hey, Johnny. Yes, Papa. Eating cake. Eating cake. Yes, Papa. Open your mouth. Sent what? Sent good times? Infant school. So yeah, here we are celebrating the children. We are taking this opportunity to thank the school that sent the children, the Uganda Law Society, Auntie Sylvia, the Honorable Treasurer, the Honorable Vice President. We are going to count from how many? 20. Auntie Sylvia, go nanyini.
We're not going to count. We're going to say. Semakade. And we say the radical new bar.
All right, we're going to repeat and do a rehearsal. Semakade, the radical new bar. Again. Amen. the radical new bar. Clap your hands. Thank you so much. Semakade Isaac is the president of Uganda Law Society, Senior Counsel. He sends his regards, his blessings, and he knows very well that we're doing so well. And we send our regards and blessings unto him and prayers as he is out on duty. So Auntie Sylvia and the other ladies are going to cut that cake, distribute it amongst the children, as we know that they're preparing to go because they have another schedule. We are going to bless you with cake so that you can remember Uganda Law Society. What is the name? Semakade Radical New Bar. A hand clap. All right, as we are coming to the close of the session for the day, we are going to delve into the last and also equally important segment in which we are going to have presentations. And we are going to go back, like I was saying, ladies and gentlemen. We delved a little, but Uncle John came and broke it down for us so well. And we are not going to take so much time. The IT department, I hope you're ready. Yes. To help us to demystify the topic and the theme today about children. Like we are all aware, we are celebrating and commemorating the Day of the African Child. We have a very distinguished service provider, mother, and friend, and auntie, and everything, who is a well-equipped individual in the fraternity of children, a lawyer by training, a partner with Businje and Company Advocates, a director at Legal League Uganda, as well as a director at the Women and Children in Domestic Violence based in Kissimmee, Florida, the United States of America. She has worked with the Law Development Center, the LDC, as a lecturer and the head of trial advocacy, and can best be remembered for the moot courts, which was JESAP moot courts of the International Court of Justice, the ICJ in Washington, D.C. She's also worked with the International Criminal Court in the Office of the Defense. She's a very senior mother with 8 children, 6 boys, and 2 twin girls. Enarongo. She is a consultant in teen courts, which is a new innovation being pitched in tandem with the Uganda Law Society as the pioneers. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome with me, Advocate Businje Sylvia Mbabazi.
Hello.
All right, she's going to come with her flowers that she received as a token of appreciation. She has a lot in stock for us. Let's brace ourselves for Council Businje. Clap for her.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Raj Sadad. I'm 16 years old.
I'm a mother of
I'm
8.
here to
I have
explain
6
to you
boys
guys
and 2
about
girls.
how the teen court works.
There's nothing that delights me like looking at kids.
Hello.
You just make my day when I
ladies
look
and
at you, and you're
gentlemen.
all blessed. Before I start anything today, I'd like to know who is an African child among you? African child? I'm an African child. So who among you wants to be a lawyer? Whoever wants to be a lawyer, come to the front. Change your seat and come to the front. Don't be ashamed. Okay. Okay. I'll just do this. That's it. No, just sit at the front. Sit at the front. Sit at the front. Come, sit at the front. That's it. Can I start? My name is Sylvia Businje Mbabazi, and I'm happy to see all of you today. Ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. Because when I look around, I think I may be the seniorest person here right now, but whoever is logged in, whoever is listening, all protocols observed, and the distinguished guests, the students. I'm happy to be here today, and I'm excited. I'd like, first of all, to thank the Radical New Bar for these flowers. I don't know when I last got flowers. You just made me feel special. Everybody clap for the Radical New Bar. With the leadership of everybody that is here, all the ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. And especially to Mr. Isaac Semaka, Day in absentia. For those who are in front of me and want to be lawyers, I am going to start my presentation, but I'd like you to have something at the back of your mind. I am a typical story of an African child. I don't know how the Secretariat got to choose me. I don't know whether you know my story, but I'm a typical African child. My struggles were real, as in climbing up the education ladder with no finances and all challenges you can think about in education. I never went to any first world school. I went to third world schools. And today, I made it. There are places I used to point at and say, I'm going to buy land in that place. And today, I did it. So to everybody who came in front here, you're going to become a lawyer. With or without resources, believe in God and make a prayer. Although I should tell you something about my prayer, I don't know whether I made the wrong prayer when I was young. At times, I would feel like I'm not going anywhere. There's a time I sat down and talked to God and told God, if you ever make me a lawyer, I will advocate for the disadvantaged and poor people. And believe me, I haven't made a lot of money as a lawyer, so probably my prayer caught up with me. Most of my work has been either legal aid, pro bono work, but I thank God that I'm able to put a smile. People don't never understand why I do the things I do, but I have encouraged and put a smile on very many people. Can you stand up and say, I'm going to become a lawyer one day? Whoever wants to be a lawyer. 1, 2, 3, go. I'm going to become a lawyer one day. Amen to that. Amen. Sit. The video.
And I am 16 years old, and I am here to
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Sylvia Businje Mbabazi. I am here to commemorate the Day of the African Child. The Day of the African Child is celebrated every 16th of June, but Uganda Law Society has decided to commemorate this day belatedly on the 19th June. The Day of the African Child has its historical genesis in the uprisings of Soweto, South Africa, where the students demonstrated about poor education, and they specifically were requesting for them to be taught in their own local language. The Organization for African Unity acknowledged this day in 1991 and decided to commemorate it every June of the year. In 2002, a special committee for African experts on the welfare of children was introduced to cater for the welfare of the children and to look at specific aspects of education, malnutrition, high child mortality rates, and poor education. Since then, we have had another theme that came up in 2010, which is specifically planning and budgeting for the welfare of children, looking still at those particular aspects of education, to mention but a few. The African child and the plight of an African child is a very important aspect in the world, and the Uganda Law Society, together with its members and in partnership with Women and Children in Domestic Violence, an organization that caters for the plight of children and women in Kissimmee, Florida, have decided to partner and then have an introduction of the teen courts. The Law Society, being the pioneer owner of the project, intend to lobby all the stakeholders involved in the introduction of the teen courts. The teen courts are those courts for people who are below, children who are below the age of 17 who have committed crime, as in juvenile offenders, and it is looking at redefining the sentencing of these juvenile offenders in order to decongest prisons, in order to scrape off criminal records of these children, so that by the time they go to seek for employment, they don't have criminal records against their names. And also to reduce the backlog in court. I would like to introduce the next presenter, Raj Shadad, who is going to give you the structure of these courts, how they operate, and the expectations of the court. Thank you very much for listening to me. Okay, now, having that video at the back of your mind was just to give you a background to the African child. And we've seen people being sensitive to very many things in relation to the African child, especially if you look at the findings of the African, the Special Committee of Africa, the Special Committee on Children, that you're looking at the welfare of the African child. That was formulated in 2002. Most people were addressing things like education, things like health, high mortality rates, and today I'm glad to say that the Uganda Law Society, which is the radical new bar, has decided to pick a component to join in developing and taking care and protecting the African child. And for us being lawyers, we have chosen the element that concerns the law. We are looking at something specific of juvenile offenders. We are looking at re-imaging sentencing. We are looking at restorative justice. We are looking at rehabilitating former offenders and also championing other alternative sentencings like community service, public apologies, to mention but a few. At this point, I would like to show you a presentation by one person who supervised juvenile offenders in Davenport, in Florida. Davenport is next to Orlando. And he gives an account of exactly what happens, what are the expectations of this court, the structure of this court, and how it operates. Can we have the next video? That is Raj Shadad.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Raj Shadad, and I am here to... I am 16 years old, and I am here to... Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Raj Shadad. I am 16 years old, and I'm here to explain to you guys about how the teen court works. Yeah. Hello. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Raj Shaddad. I'm 16 years old and I'm here to explain to you how teen courts work. Teen courts, this is a court for 17 years and below for kids who have committed petty crimes and are willing to confess and serve penalties for their crimes, for them to have their criminal record erased off the system. While arrested and put in detention, a police report is made and a file is opened for you. Can I press? A file is opened for you and summons. A file is opened for you and confessions are recorded.
Sorry, that is not the right video. We're just going to have the right one. We're sorry about that. Just give us a second to be corrected. Children, are you okay? Yes. Is it interesting? Yes. Who wants to be a lawyer? All of you? Are you serious? Some of them are lying. Do children lie? No. They don't. So who wants to be a doctor? A lawyer? But it's the same hands. What of an engineer? What of a carpenter? What of a farmer? There's no one. You want to be a farmer? That's good. What of you? Come and tell me what you want to be. Come and tell me. Come. You, come. Yes, tell me what you want to be. You want to be a what?
A lawyer.
A lawyer. Why? Why? Because?
It is good.
Because it is good. Okay, clap for her. Another one. Come and tell me. Come and tell me. I want to see what you want to be when you grow up. What do you want to be when you grow up? Okay.
When I grow up, I want to become a doctor.
A doctor. Why?
Because a doctor treats sick people.
Okay, clap for her. Another one. Come. Here. What do you want to be when you grow up?
When I grow up, I want to be a lawyer.
A lawyer. Why?
An interesting job.
Amen. Clap for him.
I want to be a lawyer and a doctor.
You want to be a lawyer and a doctor?
Yes.
A lawyer and a doctor?
Yes.
Clap for her. Why?
Because I'll be helping the sick.
You'll be helping the sick?
Yes.
Okay, clap for her. Another one. Come. What do you want to be when you grow up?
I want to be a lawyer and a model.
A lawyer and a model. Clap for her. Why?
Because there are some people outside there who are on the streets and some are in prison when they are innocent and they need lawyers who can try to help them but they don't have them.
Oh, that is very lovely. Clap for her. Are we together? Is it okay? All right. Let's get back to the video, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
And gentlemen, my name is Raj Shaddad. I am 16 years old and I'm here to explain to you how the teens court works. This is a court for 17 years and below who have committed petty crimes and are willing to confess and serve penalties for the crimes they have committed so a criminal record can be erased off their system. after being arrested and detained by a police officer, a police report is filed and a case is opened for you where a confession is recorded and sent to court. The court sends you a summon and a hearing date, and while in court, you are attended to by former juvenile offenders and volunteers who are supervised by judges or lawyers, and depending on your remorsefulness, you are given penalties from the ranges of community service, public apologies, and compensations to victim. While with all these penalties, you're also required to do an online training where it leads to examinations about the nature of the crimes you have committed, and it also helps in character development. After confirmation from community service and a certificate from online training of completion, the court sends you a confirmation certificate of a record being erased from the system, and you are told to volunteer to the next hearing in a teens court. Thank you so much for watching me.
Ladies and gentlemen, Shaddad, Raj, Mbabas, you can stand up for recognition. Raj is 16 years, and he managed to supervise juvenile offenders in Davenport, Florida. That is where he gets this knowledge from. He also was a volunteer in the teens court. He plays football. He's an American football player, and he plays, I don't know if you know the people who tackle behind. He plays defense, and he's very passionate about doing law. He wants to do law and wants to help change the laws regarding to children. Raj Shaddad. Thank you for that presentation. Okay, going back to our topic today of children, and specifically we are now looking at the teens court. He's explained to you what is a teens court. Any of you here who is 17 years? 17 years? Who is below 17? Yeah, the teen court caters for people who are 17 and below. By the time you're 18, yeah, we can't do much for you. So the teens court and the reasons as to why we need the teens court. I think it has been very obvious. You saw all the previous speakers talking about not having remand homes, talking about backlogs in courts. We are glad. I need my laptop. Okay. We are glad that the Uganda Law Society decided to take on the championing of the teens court. These courts will help decongest most of our juvenile detention centers. Like they told you, it's a quick policy. Like Raj told you, if you are arrested, you're taken into detention, and when you reach detention, There's a police file that is open for you. While you're there, they only cater for people who are willing to confess and are remorseful to their offenses. If you confess to your crime, they take your file to court, and the court serves you summons, and they give you a hearing date. So during that hearing date, you come and appear before fellow teenagers, either previous offenders or volunteers. They are the ones who are the judges and the jury in this particular court, but they are supervised by either a lawyer or a magistrate or a judge. So depending on your remorsefulness, they will determine what penalties or tasks they give you. They will give you tasks ranging from community service. Who knows what community service is? Have you seen people like prisoners slashing around the roads, others being taken to garden to dig? Yes. Yeah, that is community service. Instead of keeping you in prison, you do something that is going to actually improve the community, either the community you offended or wherever they take you. So after being given such punishments like community service or making a public apology, remember your crime has to be petty. We cannot have like a murder case in a teens court. It has to be petty, like shoplifting, school fights, things like petty theft. So after doing your community service, you're required to go on to online training. And during the training, they assess whether you understood the effect of the crime that you committed. You can only prove that by answering the questions or sitting the exam that is given to you. So together with a report from the community service area where you did your community service and the report on the online training, these two reports are taken back to court, and the court will give you a certificate of clearance, meaning that all your criminal record will be scraped off. And by the time you are 18 or you're looking for a job, you may not require to, you can't have a criminal record, because some people will ask you, if you have seen those job forms, they ask if previously you are involved into like criminal offenses or crime. But in that scenario, if you satisfy the requirements of the court, supervised of course by lawyers who are under the Uganda Law Society, you will be set free. But however, if you fail to satisfy the requirements that are put down in the guidelines that will be brought up by the Uganda Law Society and the court, that means we take your file back to the state and they'll prosecute you and take you to either remand home or somewhere else. So it is not automatic that when we handle your case, you will be set free. So how is this going to help us? Remand homes are going to be decongested. If we have those people with petty crimes, I had somebody said these days there's a magistrate, I think a magistrate court that is being established in each remand home. Most of the requirements there are punitive. If you're going to serve a penalty, it's going to be punitive. We are avoiding having like punitive sentences, and we have more rehabilitating sentences and sentences that are going to be pushing for restorative justice, especially if you have to pay compensation to the victim that you offended. It is going to help to give back to the community in a way that if you go do community service, this can range from, you can be allocated to a charity organization, you can be allocated to a church, you can go to Sanyu Baby's home and make a contribution to whatever work that is there, as long as those people certify you that you appeared for either 10 hours of community service and you did exactly what was required of you. I think I have. Dayoko Bundi. Slides. Okay. Yeah, I can do that. Let me see. Let me just go down. So by giving back to society, you're also being charitable to those organizations that you're going to work with. It also creates an environment of restorative justice where you try to put back the victim to their original position. Take, for example, if you stole things like worth 100 shillings in a supermarket, they could ask you to pay back that money back to the supermarket. And the main goal is you're trying to heal and repair your relationship with whoever you hurt. If somebody, you beat up somebody, maybe it was an assault, simple assault case, you take this person to hospital and make sure you pay for the hospital bills. Those are some of the conditions and very many more of restorative justice. I may not give every detail, but I'll leave my paper with the Secretariat so that it is distributed to the people who are interested. In the interest of time, yeah, I'm going to just be brief. Then we also help in career guidance for people who are former juveniles. Some of them want to be lawyers like you, others want to be doctors, others want to be engineers, others want to be models, others want to be musicians, others want to be carpenters, others want to be electricians. So in that scenario, we liaise. The Uganda Law Society has partners that they can liaise with and make sure that they send you to those places of your interest and see if you want to pick anything that is going to help you in your career development. Then we also need to integrate former offenders. Sometimes when you commit crime, some of the crime involves beating people, some crimes involve hurting people. There is a way the community community abandons you, they reject you. So sometimes you may have to work towards helping reintegrate the offenders back into their communities where they came from originally. Please excuse me, the Zoom keeps on interrupting my laptop. Just leave me with the other one, yeah. But the next one, how will I? Okay. So, and most of all, the intention of having this teens court is to erase your criminal record. At the end of it all, if you satisfy the requirements, we're supposed to erase your criminal record. And the stakeholders here involved that we are supposed to be lobbying, we have the police, the person who arrested you, then the prison, juvenile prison, either warders, then we have the state attorney, we have the judiciary, but the main stakeholder here is the Uganda Law Society, who have decided to champion, and they are the founders of the Teens Court in Uganda. We have administrative supervisors at different stages. The main one is the Uganda Law Society that is going to house this program. Then we have lawyers, we also have social workers, to mention but a few. When it comes to financing and budgeting, I think we're all aware Uganda Law Society is not funded by the government. So we may have to reach out to donors through the Uganda Law Society during their financial campaign. I must say, if you know, the president of Burkina Faso was emphasizing the fact that civilization started from Africa. This idea is not foreign, that it's, okay, it is being practiced in England, Canada, USA, and other countries, but we had this kind of practice unknowingly. Here, even in Uganda, we had LC courts. We used to have village committees that used to resolve petty offenses, although not specifically for children. We used to have resolution of disputes around the fireplaces in the evening. We find neighbors coming together to sort out which kid stole what, which kid fought who. So we want to go back to that kind of arrangement and help decongest these particular juvenile courts. The beauty is you had about 3 speakers, all of them talking about the need to decongest courts, the fact that we don't have enough judicial officers, and for us, we have come with a solution to say, give us everybody who is below 17 who has a petty crime. Anybody below the age of 17 who has a petty crime, and let's reduce a percentage for you, and then you can deal with other people who are above 17. Anybody who is below 17 and has committed a petty crime and is willing to confess, at the end of the day, we are going to have very good reformed persons. Instead of taking your child to a juvenile prison and the person comes out as a hardened criminal, when you go there, you're going to meet somebody who stole chicken, another one stole a goat, another one fought in school. When they come together, the one who stole a goat will be teaching the one who stole chicken on how to upgrade next time to steal a goat. So we are saving you from such scenarios that you don't have to keep these kids in detention. They can have those alternative sentences and penalties, and at the end of the day, they do their career guidance and go back to school and become better citizens who will also be pardoned by the communities which they offended. Ladies and gentlemen, roughly, that is what it is. It's a project that is going to be taken over by the Uganda Law Society, and I can only come on as a consultant. So the Uganda Law Society are the pioneer owners of the team courts of Uganda. Thank you very much, and I'll wait for your questions. That's it. Can I answer the question from there?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Give Mommy a hand clap. Again. 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 Amen. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, that's a beautiful hug. Thank you so much. I can see. Okay, let's clap for them. All right. Thank you, Adam. Adam, who was earlier on honored by the Uganda Law Society, the Radical New Bar, and in the midst of his work for which he was being honored, wasn't in position to receive and accept. We would like to invite Adam to accept the honor that he was given.
I'm sorry, yeah, I had one more thing to say, but I think I was so time conscious that I ran off the podium. First of all, I would like to thank the staff members of the Radical New Bar, and I don't know whether it is, I should say Uganda Law Society and the Radical New Bar, but I think it's one, yeah. I would like to thank all the staff members here and in absentia of the Radical New Bar for giving me this opportunity to come and present. And there is something I wanted to share with you. I was not given sufficient notice to come and present this paper, but there is something I learned out of it. I have never seen somebody who works and makes things work in his absence. I need all of you to learn something from Isaac Semakade. He runs things in his absence. We all wake up to go to office. We all wake up to go to office to work, But it's amazing how somebody who doesn't tape a leg in the office could be doing much more work than some of us who come into office. I give it to the president of Uganda Law Society, and for the new innovation, the Radical New Bar. I am radically mad about the Radical New Bar. Thank you.
Isaac Semakade. Isaac Semakade. Isaac Semakade. The Radical New Bar. Repeat after me. The Radical New Bar. The Radical New Bar. We love Isaac Semakade. Again. Clap for him. Thank you, Isaac Semakade, the president of Uganda Law Society and the Radical New Bar. Wherever you are, we thank you, we bless you, and we ask that the Lord be with you and you be safe. As we introduce Adam to give an acceptance speech before we can get into the last segment of the day, as the children prepare to retire. Thank you so much. Adam?
Thank you so much, the MC. Jirua, I was teasing on the platform that you are in a wrong job, but our Radical New Bar president told us that you're actually very versatile. Yes, I know we are hungry. I'll try to make this one very short, but to express my deepest appreciation, first of all, to our Radical New Bar president. Let's all stand up and give him a standing ovation as we clap hands. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yes, Mr. President, I believe you have seen that. Secondly, I welcome the citation. When they were reading it, it was a surprise. I didn't expect it. When they were reading it, I had gone to coordinate our August visitors here, the children and the teachers from Good Times Infant School, whereby thanking them is what I would like to begin with. I would like to thank these August visitors. I reached out to them, when was it? Yesterday, but one, it was on Tuesday. Yes, it was on Tuesday. And they asked me, they were like, what kind of children do you want? Originally for us, we had proposed prefects. Because me, I grew up also being a student leader, I thought prefects are the ones. They were like, no, we have drama. And where I finished A level from, Sacred Heart Mushanga, I was the chairperson drama club. So I said, let drama take place. I thank you so much, Good Times Primary School. I thank you for honoring us at this short notice. And I can promise you, I'm going to request my Radical New Bar president that we frame one of your picture when you were outside there, and we hang it somewhere for historical purposes. This is historical. We do not take it for granted. Our most perpendicular vice president is there. I know he is taking the notes. Thank you so much. These are my daughters. I also have a son, Lucas Nwamanya. For him, he's still at that age of breaking cups and plates. So he's still with the mom, but this one became a coincidence. I told the people of Good Times, please, when you are bringing children, make sure you also bring what? You also bring mine, because the campuses are apart. The primary is different from what? Yes, but I can tell you that Good Times has given me bragging rights, because now I have capacity to brag before people that my children are in a good school. And I think everyone has done what? Everyone has seen this serenading performance. It is historic. We shall keep it in our records here. I head communications here, and I don't run communications alone. And in the arrangement of the of Rnblive, I do it with gallant ladies and gentlemen. I would love Patience. Jirua is here. Patience. Stella, please. Today, Stella is the head of Department Comms, acting. One day, one time, I also believe the Radical Nuba will honor you. I am very thrilled. I wish Nalong was here, but she isn't. Our visitor, Council Businje, Sarong is speaking. So that's a coincidence. Anyway, whereas that's a joke, but I thank my president, Semakade. Isaac, my daughters call him Samakade, sir. And they know that he's very tough. When I do something wrong, when they ask for ice cream and I don't have the money to buy it, they say, you buy or else we call Samakade for you. So I thank him. I think that's the power of why things are able to run. In his absence, he has taught us responsibility. Me, myself, president has ever told me, Adam, please be responsible. Don't report failure to me. And he's very correct in that, and he doesn't miss his words. I thank him so much for honoring me. This is my first award in my PR career. Not journalism, PR, public relations, or communications. This is my first award, and in my first place of work, in my PR career, and I don't take it for granted. Thank you so much, President. Wherever you are, I know you are watching this, and I know you will take my appreciation. Thank you so much, our Radical New Bar Council. I know that you knew that it was taking place. Thank you so much, our Treasurer, Governor, Bank of ULS. Thank you so much. I think you have seen the award. Thank you. The rest of my workmates, I see congratulation messages. They are flourishing on the platform. Thank you so much. I thank you. Let me stop here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Let's clap for Salongo as he goes. Yay! Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We are as well very astonished by your patience and humility to be with us this far. We're so grateful to you, the children who have stood with us. We know it's about your time to go, and it is very okay because you've given us a lot more time than we had expected. We would like to recognize Honorable Vice President, the Rule of Law Club's presidents from the various universities that have come to be with us today. It was a very special invitation that came out from the president of the Uganda Law Society. We had to take it as an initiative and a responsibility to invite you to be a part of these discussions. We thank you very much for making time from all where you've been, variously, Cavendish, Makerere, BSU, IUIU, by Mr. Ni. Yes? Is that okay? Yeah, thank you so much. We take cognizance of your presence. May God bless you, and we shall continue to work together. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce, on representation of the Council, the Honorable Vice President of the Uganda Law Society, the Radical New Bar, who is going to take us through another item that is going to be the signing of a memorandum of understanding between our able leader who has given us a very, very good discussion about teen courts. And the summary is that we want to pitch that teen courts be established, and that can only be done with the Radical New Bar in its mandate, and would like to invite the Honorable Vice President to take charge of the next session so as to get this done with. Honorable Vice President, you're most welcome.
Good afternoon, children. Are we children or students? Good afternoon. Students. Both. What do you prefer? Students. Students. Good afternoon, students. Good afternoon, sir.
Raji, Shaddad, it would be very, very disappointing if I didn't thank you. I can't take it for granted. Please come. Let's not take this for granted. This is an individual who is going to be a symbol of power in regard to the teen courts. He has come all the way from the United States to try to espouse or bring to Uganda this idea. So these are the children that we want you to be like. He's 17 years old. He's a big boy, but he's 16. 16 years old. He's a big boy, but that is where you're coming, okay? So we want you to always look at people to look up to that you can become like. The way you've said, I want to be a lawyer, Shaddad wants to be a lawyer. Let's clap for him. He's very, very, very passionate about improving the law on children. So today, as we are celebrating children, we're also celebrating him as well as you. So let's clap for each other and let us pray that Shaddad will be blessed by the Lord in order to achieve his dream of becoming a lawyer. Clap for him.
I thank you all for coming, and I thank the Radical New Bar for everything.
All right, so the children are going to be excusing us. We'd like to thank them. And yes, so just a few minutes after the Vice President has spoken, we shall be releasing the children because we know it's your time to go. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Robert. Robert. Good afternoon once again. All right, my name is Asimwe Anthony. I know the children have not met me before, and I'm the Vice President of the Uganda Law Society. That means I'm also a lawyer. Who has seen me anywhere before? Has anyone seen me somewhere before? Eh? She has passed. Anyone else? A different answer, not that one. All right, thank you very much for coming. Please, let's put our hands together and we thank Mrs. Businge Sylvia Mbabazi, who we termed as Mommy. Let's clap for her. Before I proceed, let me also welcome our treasurer. That gentleman, Isiko Arthur, is the treasurer of the Uganda Law Society, meaning he's the one in charge of the money here. Who would like to be in charge of money? Okay. Only two people. Well, as we commemorate the Day of the African Child, we are blessed to have you amidst us. Let's also clap for ourselves. The performance was marvelous. In fact, when I look at you again, when you're back in uniform, it's as if I was seeing different people. Are you the same people? Or you reached outside and others came? No, you're not the same. You're the same. Hey, wow, impressive. So clap for yourselves again. Now, I know we've kept here for so long. I know you're hungry, and I will not take a lot of time. I'd like to thank all the participants. You have been here physically, and those who are following us online. And particularly our speakers, Council, Sylvia, we honestly, I don't think we could get any better person to do this on such a day. One would appreciate the fact that you resonate with the Radical New Bar's agenda, and you do appreciate the changes, the reforms we are trying to push for. and also for being radical yourself. Thank you very much. Let's clap for her again. Now, you heard Sylvia, you heard her speaking to you about a teens court. One thing I need to bring to your attention is the fact that the Uganda Law Society, the Radical New Bar, we are honored to partner with her and the Women and Children in Domestic Violence, which is an organization that is 8830 Legacy Dunes Court, in making sure that this is a reality. We do believe that if we put our heads together and efforts together, we will surely improve the rights of children. We shall improve, we shall contribute to making sure that the rule of law is respected, and you people and other children, benefit from getting the best services they can get. So for that reason, today we want you to witness the signing of a memorandum of understanding. Do you know what a memorandum of understanding is? You do not know? Who can give us, who has an idea? No one? Okay, now you heard everything that has been said here, that you try to promote the rights of children. You're a special person by being a child. We are all children at some point, and we have to make sure it is our role as the Uganda Society and members of the public to ensure that children grow up from environments that are healthy, and children enjoy their rights, they enjoy their childhood, and you do not have any challenges or any issues, especially things to do with the law. So for that reason, we are coming together with women and children in domestic violence to work together and, to promote the rights of the child, an African child. So for that reason, we are going to sign this document, and this document means that it is the beginning of the relationship, an engagement, a partnership, where we're going to work together to make sure you people enjoy your rights and no one abuses your rights. You're not denied what you're entitled to, what you should be getting. And before you leave, because I know they want to take you away, I want you to witness the signing of this document because it is for your benefit. This is where we shall work together to fight for reforms and new laws that are going to help you as you grow up, so that you also get and face a bright future. When Mama asked how many of you want to be lawyers, I saw everyone put up their hands. And we have to ensure that that path is not affected. You're able to study, you go through this life as you grow, you're able to achieve your dream of becoming? Yeah, so we shall do this by working with Mama and the team to ensure that everything we think is necessary to achieve this is done within our power as the Radical New Bar. There are so many things we shall do through this partnership, but most important is to ensure that the teens court is operative and it is working with the support. Like she said, most of these initiatives are not funded by the government, and we take it upon ourselves. Organizations like hers, like Uganda Law Society, we take it upon ourselves to come up and offer this service, offer the support we can. So at this moment, please allow me. I want to go back there and we sign this MOU, but I would like to have some representatives. Who are the prefects? Leadership is very important. From here? Oh, come on. You can sign from there. Sylvia, can we sign from there? Welcome. Yeah.
While we are signing the memorandum, I want you to look at those pictures. That was the first time I actually met the president of Uganda Law Society. I had initially contacted him when I was in Florida, and we had a conversation for about 3 hours regarding the teens court. I was humbled by the fact that the president could give you all that time to explain something that he thought it was nation building. I actually invited him to Davenport because I wanted him to see some of those courts. but because of his busy schedule, he wasn't able to make it. When I reached in Uganda, I called him and I was humbled. I thought he's going to tell me, come and meet me at Law Society, come and meet me here. He came to my office actually and bounced the first time, and next time he came, I don't want to say that, he came on a border. He told me to tell you that he came on a border to come and see me. Isaac Semakade, that humbled me as a president of Uganda Law Society. And all of you should pick a leaf. So that's the first time we talked about the Teens Court. Thank you.
All right, children, thank you very much. You'll be welcome to come back. And thank you for coming. God bless you. Bye. All right, members, those who are still online, I think we've come to the end of this. Some of you followed the MASAKA plight. We did communicate earlier. We stand with MASAKA, and we are doing everything that we can to join them in the fight, because this is not just for MASAKA, but for all of us, in as far as we're fighting for access to justice and the rule of law. But I know we've kept here for so long. The day has been long. Thank you very much for coming. I'll not keep here any longer. Thank you very much for coming, and we meet next time. Thank you.